Oh dang. Smooth. Audio transition that time. Oh wait, that was a playlist. Dummy. Thought I had just a one song up. Anyway, songs aside, are we ready to end the second playthrough? Already on a fantastic note. Still triggered Black Tuesday, but we have the economic miracle. Balanced the budget, passed our democratic constitutional reforms, trade with Velen, Anagnolia, trade with Volgasland, and the Alliance, without having to join the CSP. So I'm thinking maybe a path to neutrality for a third playthrough is totally possible. And trying to think on the third playthrough, I'm wondering if it's possible to align with both Agnolia and Vogelsland while remaining independent and neutral in the matter about Hegeland Island. Because Agnolia is occupying it, Vogelsland wants to invade it. If I just pay an extra budget to Agnolia, we don't have to commit ourselves to Hegeland. And if Vogelsland loves how communist we become, how socialist our country is, they've thrown us the trade agreement and the alliance without needing us to interfere in Hegeland Island. So maybe it is possible to get both of them as allies and stay out and stay neutral. And we've got the anti-corruption police who are investigating the oligarchs. They're getting too close to Karanti, which is getting too close to me. But I've told Morgna to focus on what's his face, on Tusk instead, because I want his assets seized by the state and redistributed to the greater good. But look at this beautiful thing. We had 9 bars of economic development. But then I passed a luxury tax, which dropped it by 1, but balanced the budget. It's a fair trade. We're gonna win this. Alright, but the airplanes. Starting off with the airplanes. This way to the car, please, right? War room. Maintain peace in Sorlin and Eastern Maricopa at all costs. Status report now. Thank you for coming to this late hour situation. 20 minutes ago, Rumberg down one of our planes with anti-aircraft fire from the ground. Okay. We need to be cautious. A war with Rumberg is the last thing we want right now. I still want to handle them diplomatically. I'm fairly certain I might be able to survive with keeping them at bay diplomatically. So far, the international community does side with us. We didn't get involved with Hegeland, so we shouldn't have any issues with us being seen as a communist threat by the Arcassians. We have enough military power to contest this violation of international law. Attack and down one of their planes. General and the Minister of Defense want immediate military retaliation. Prepare to invade Rumberg. We don't have allies with Velen because we didn't fully support them with Operation Bear Trap. We've only got Vogelsland. De-escalate the situation by any means. Nobody wants war. Thank you, sir. Immediately work on it. With these capabilities, we'll de-escalate the situation successfully. We should have retaliated. In time, Yosef, we'll take care of you. My generals have not become disgruntled yet. Kruger's gonna be disgruntled. An idea, says Yosef. Hold a military parade to display our strength. David wants to be diplomatic but still agrees. works as well as a deterrent and will come in handy as a tool to de-escalate the situation. My chief strategist and my diplomacy guy agrees. Okay. Plus, right, Gloria did say that a little bit of jingoism might help with my conservative and nationalist lackings. Plus, the military parade is a litmus test. If I get assassinated during the military parade, we'll know if I have to flee the country or not. Soldiers plane shot down. Urgent meeting of potential alliances. We've already got alliance with Lagos Linda. Came as fast as we could. Mr. President, Mr. Wussy, what's going on? Due to the potential applications, I wanted everyone to be present for this meeting. Did I have this last time? I think I did, because that's what drew me to the CSP before. Received an envoy from United Cantana requesting a state visit. It's not hard to see what this is about. CSP trying to expand its influence after all. Convince us to join. Leon Maleniev will of course meet you in person, Mr. President. About time. I wanted to meet with Comrade Maleniev as well, said in front of Yosef. We need to be wary. Sounds good, but as much as I share their ideals, the people here aren't very nuanced. Socialism, communism, it's all Malenievism to them and they don't like it. Yosef especially. There could be a lot we can gain. With all due respect, are you out of your mind? Let him continue. This is madness. We cannot consider even accepting this. He'll come asking us for cooperation, under the guise of enforcing the demands to join the CSP, antagonize half the road against us, and we are going to be the forefront of the battle. Yosef's against it for national defense. I trust your judgment and our troops. I do want to see if I can do this being neutral. Maybe staying neutral will prevent me from losing my clout at the AN. Thank you, Mr. President. What's the right action, Mr. Wussy? World tension is increasing rapidly. Worried about the future. One misstep and the whole world might be engulfed in chaos. You know, it is true that Arcasia is getting... They have a base in Ravnos Island. They're going to get a base in Agnolia someplace. That'll be 2 Arcasian elements for forward operations and force projection. If we don't pick a side, we may end up right in the middle of a potential conflict. At least listen to what Leon Maleniev has to say. What does Lucian think? We heard our experts. You are the one to decide, sir. Very well, except I gave good lip service to Yosef. I will at least hear what they have to say. Welcome the delegation. A military welcomes in order. Need to see our might. Which again, it's jingoistic. We get to put on a parade and everything. Crime curbed. Our police forces lack the necessary power to prevent tragic crimes due to the limited power. However, some suspected individuals that have violated security criteria have been apprehended, reducing a portion of the crime nationwide. Expanded human rights. Recent reforms have allowed Swordland to have one of the best human rights situations in the region. Okay, where is... We set up tax evasion. We still have the Lauren Rust spot. I guess it never goes away. Military still interferes. Adequately equipped military. We don't yet have unruly generals, relieved welfare, soulless education still. I thought I performed the education. What is Ciara doing? Is it because I didn't de-Solonize the nation? And that's the one thing, keep it there. Improve working conditions, good urban institutions, etc, etc, etc. Organized crime still got. National security breach isn't going to go away. I don't see corruption though. Did we get rid of corruption? I think we did. I think corruption's all out. We got the anti-corruption raids. Anti-corruption police has been very effective in busting the most powerful and corrupt, which deterred many other individuals. Alright, what do we have? State visit by Chairman Maleniev. Alright, VP... No, not VP, First Lady. I'm stupid. It's been a day, alright? It's been a night. I slept. I can't tell my wife apart from my VP. Really good to see you. Welcome to Swordland. What a welcome, Mr. Rain. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Rain. Maleniev still doesn't think the army needs all these extravagant shows. War is not a show business. What a palace. It was built as a summer residence. It was Sol who transformed this place. Using the feudal past to create the national myth. Was he fond of the aristocracy or the man? I know he despised the kingdom, but still needed a glorious past to make people proud. Ladies and gentlemen, present to you Leon Maleniev. Start clapping, thunderous applause, jazz playing. Then he wants to go down to the cellar, but it's too damp. Old man now. Time is a scary concept. Use the time relatively well, Chairman. Sure, why not? It's polite at least. It's just small talk right now. You lived a very full life so far. Nothing's really changed, world's still divided. Step up as leaders to put an end to this. Proper international cooperation to tackle these problems. Precisely, and that's where the CSP comes in. Could I stay neutral though? Chancellor Hegel told me a lot about you. Alright, so if Chancellor Hegel's already put a good word, maybe we could squeeze out CSP benefit without needing CSP cooperation, or get the cooperation without membership. The Great Markian Sea, a small island but very important. Volgosland needs all the support we can give to bring peace to the island. But Volgosland assured that I wouldn't need to involve myself directly. The whole firepower now directed at the locals in Hegeland, Agnolian and Arcasian. I don't want to interfere with the matters between Volgosland and Agnolia. Unfortunately, the time has come to take a side, Mr. Rain. You could have been right if it was just a problem between the two countries, but it isn't. Not only it affects the whole region, now Arcasia is involved as well. What if I didn't allow the Kantanan fleet to dock in Conriat? Because the whole reason we have escalation here, or part of the reason, is that the CSP has a navy base in Conriat that they are actively using to circle the island. which is more tension for Agnolia, more of a pulling factor to bring in Arcasian intelligence and troops in. So maybe there is justification for Return 3 if I make some compromises to avoid Black Tuesday, and thus wouldn't need the CSP to put a base here, and thus wouldn't have CSP boats around Hegeland, if that keeps Arcasia from hitting harder onto Agnolian participation in Ato. If that does allow for a path to de-escalation in Hegeland. Because Agnolia still has her iron grip on it. Vogelsland wants to liberate it. CSP wants to get involved too. Never allow Arcasia to install weapons so close to Vogelsland, nor harass CSP ships. I thought this is about the people being killed. It is a group of people being destroyed to further the aims of the Agnolian government, which is working towards isolating our allies as well as expanding the influence of Arcasia. Swordland's future in the CSP. Do I have to? CSP only formed in reaction to Ato. Ato's why they're being more and more aggressive. Or no, that's why they're being more and more aggressive. They being Ato. I'm not sure if we need it, but I definitely want to cooperate. Would I be allowed to? Swordland is a powerful country, but the world has changed. You cannot stand alone. Without us, Arcasia would dominate the world. This isn't reading like I have the possibility to benefit from the CSP without fully joining the CSP. Security first and foremost, obliged to defend each other, military technology and assets, financial aid when it's needed, combined production output will benefit both Swordland and the CSP. Visa-free access to every country in the CSP that would have economic benefit. Mutual assistance deals. And financial aid to kickstart my economy that's already very close to max. I can trust you with the money. What do you expect to return? Accept our doctrines and work towards the goals of the pact. Further our powers against the Ato. Not import any technology from Arcasia, nor export natural resources to them. Build a missile defense system in Duru Island. But that's part of the point of contention, is that the CSP builds missiles in Duru, and then everybody calls it nukes. Will you stand with us against Rumburg, a threat to Mercopa? I want to decline though. I really do want to decline. Currently, I do have international pressure on Rumburg. If I follow that up in the AN, maybe we could sanction them. And if I stay neutral between Ato and the CSP, okay, sure, we have a naval base here, that's one scratch against us. But if I'm not officially in the CSP, maybe I'll still have some clout to unite the community in acting against Rumburg. I've got the economy back on track, we're not at a budget deficit, my human rights record. What would that be under order? Welfare? Law? Expanded human rights. Excellent women's rights. We've beat corruption. We've got democracy. We are pretty much the jewel of the Markian Sea, of the world. So maybe we will have some authority to say, look, we're just taking care of our people. We've got this excellent track record going for us. We're leading east, we got a planned economy, but the economy's great, money's flowing in and out. Let's unite as a world and nip this in the bud. I'll have to decline. He narrowed his eyes and stared at me as he exhaled the smoke right into my face. Too bad, Mr. Rain. I thought you knew what to expect when you accepted our offer to meet. Looks like it was just a waste of time. He smiled. Nonetheless, I extend my good wishes to the Swordish people. I wish one day we could all set aside our differences, and all the people of the world can come together. Maybe today the world is not ready for that, but our revolution will keep expanding, and helping others who need it, whether you stand with us or not. He slowly stood up from his seat, seemingly struggling. Alright, of course, Chairman Millenniev, this way please. I wanted to have a deal today as well, but your terms are not acceptable. We might not have come to an agreement with the CSP, but I still want to have good relations with United Cantana. Let's talk about that later, Mr. Rain, but thank you. Maybe that's a possibility. Maybe I could still maintain some good relations and some benefit with United Cantana itself. Late night at the Rain household. This time with a triple victory. No riots, economy's great, democracy won. Wife's alright, this when she comes home drunk from celebrating. Honey, I'm home. Kiss her. Breath smelled like gin. Few drinks to Ciara. Amazing news. Could have invited me to the celebrations. Oh, you would have thought it boring, and someone had to look after Dina. I see now what I put it through for all those years. Get used to it, baby. Best wife, Monica. This is what she wanted to do. Never felt so alive. I am happy for fictional wife. Hug her. Show her the framed photo you took from your old office. I did not do that last time. I opened my briefcase and pulled out the photograph I'd taken from my old office on that fateful night with Peter. Achievement! I still love you! Aww. Oh wow, look at us. I'm still as madly in love with you as I was on the day that photo was taken. We're so young. I had no idea what's in store. Who would have thought we would wind up as Soda's most powerful couple? Meaningless. I love this woman, who is taking so much joy in being an active part of elevating the status of women. Monica smiled, took my hand. Oh, okay. One-on-one interview from Kairut. Should go better this time. Bogoslandian Navy spotted in full force in Hegeland. Hegeland operations signaled. Bogoslandian military officials gave us their signal for their operations to Hegeland. All Swordish civilian vessels have retreated from the potential conflict zone. Several Swordish ships and planes have continued their trips around the island, and will share intelligence with Bogoslandian forces. So we are involved still. Kibbener condemns President Rain. In a television interview, Kessero Kibbener condemned President Rain for unbanning the Bloodish Freedom Party, which he calls a separatist political movement, with an aim to destroy the Swordish nation. President Rain had just made the worst mistake of his term by revoking the ban of the BFP. We know the political wing of the BFF, who are murdering babies in Bergia, said Kibbener. They are not. Sworden's largest military parade ever. Rain unbans controversial Bloodish Party. The Minority Rights Act has been signed into law by President Rain after the approval of the Grand National Assembly by majority vote on Wednesday, following a 3-hour debate. While the name suggests differently, the main purpose of this act is to normalize, legalize, and even justify the Bloodish separatist sentiment. The act revoked the ban of the Bloodish Freedom Party, which was previously closed for their ties to the militant Bloodish Freedom Front, and gives amnesty for previous Bloodish political prisoners who might have been involved with the crimes against the Swordish people. The whole sword post condemns its decision. What does ST have to say? Workers' Party leader poisoned. The leader of the Workers' Party of Bludia, leaving room for Mansoon Lek to come in. Nationalists attempted to assassinate Dejel. Poisoned on his way to Sarna. WPB records record membership number. According to the numbers released by the Workers' Party of Bludia, there are a massive increase of their membership, breaking a new record for the party. The polls also show that the popularity of the party has reached new heights in Bergia, and is expected to finish the first or second to the region of Bergia. Fethi Ejal said in a public statement, "The Workers' Party is leading a great journey to the Maroon Palace, to finally bring about the People's Revolution. Those who are at the top may continue ignoring us, but the people will respond to them in the polls. Excuse me, the person at the top did the exact opposite of ignoring them." Soden creates a peace line to avert war. Following Rumberg's demand for reparations from Sordland, tensions increased dramatically between the countries, so this warplane shot down. Thankfully, Sawyer's administration approached the incident calmly and established a peace line to avert war between the two countries. President Rain has been commended. Okay, I was worried. I read that as first, as President Rain has been condemned internationally for his efforts to de-escalate the situation and maintain peace. Well, this is good. I've been commended by the international community. I've got that clout. Rumberg is losing clout, as everyone recognizes that they're being far too expansionist. Election speech at the USP HQ. Okay. Wait, has Lilius betrayed us yet? Oh my goodness, look at my economy. My economic development is fully maxed out. It's full green bars. Where's Sobek? Sobek didn't get full green bars, doing free market economy with some allowances for things here and there, bribes taken, oligarchs kept happy. I've done it. We really do have our economic miracle. That's because I kept out of the CSP, isn't it? Still maintaining relations with everybody on Earth instead of cutting off half the planet to get better relations with half the planet. This justifies everything I have done. It justifies Black Tuesday. Reddit says that Black Tuesday is such an impossible hole to get out of. It's not worth it. You gotta sacrifice so many things to do it. But I did it. I did it and came out on the other side with a maxed out economy. Oh my goodness. And all it took was being true to my ideals. All we have to do now is survive, all we have to do is survive Rumberg, and that's it. I think we're good on the coup. I don't think Yosef is gonna kill me anymore. We haven't been vocally pro-communism in front of Yosef, despite my policies being very socialist. We did enjoy the CSP, so there shouldn't be reason for Yosef to assume that I've betrayed the country of Soren itself. Sun peeking through the blinds. Where's Lilius? Lilius has to betray me. I've been very anti-Lilius this run. Lucian's here. Good morning, Lucian. About your investigation into the oligarchs. Oh. A small disc-shaped device. Scanning the room with it. As you know, Marcel Caronti is no longer under investigation, but there's been a very interesting update regarding Mr. Tusk. Before I begin, I have to ask if you're sure you wish to follow through on the investigation. After all, Tusk has been an ally throughout your term. Lucian, that is a bold-faced lie. The oligarchs have been... Did they forget? Did the game get this confused between yesterday and today? Because Tusk has been obstructing me economically and with the old guard. Caronti's been on my side, but Tusk has been a foe. I don't care. Give me the dirt on Tusk. As you wish. Lucian put out a folder and opened it. The anti-corruption police have looked further into Walter Tusk's foreign ties, and found some very upsetting information. One of his corporation's subsidiaries is directly involved in smuggling and selling Rumburgian Ka-74s within Swordland. Okay, alright. So, I assume the assassination attempt must have had Rumburgian influence because of the Ka-74s, even if it was my military that tried to kill me, and then Yosef's coup right afterwards. But maybe Walter Tusk and the oligarchs helped make this happen, because they do have political ties with the Old Guard, who has ties with the military, because of course. That traitor. That is treason on the highest level. There is no doubt Tusk must be punished. Like, look, assume that Karanti has ties with organized crime, right? Even violent organized crime. I'd hate to say you kind of expect that, but you kind of do. But that's at least internal crime. This is straight up treason and terrorism. Yes, I hope he suffers in jail. I don't know why it's still giving me a choice here that I can make Tusk useful, because I just destroyed Tusk. I completely nationalized Bergia Steel. I removed him from the oligarchs completely. That's Karanti's group now. Lucian nodded smoothly. As you wish. I'll make the necessary calls immediately. Now that we're settled, I'll prepare you for your rally. I almost forgot. The Archpriest of Dare couldn't be present today, but wanted to relay a message of support to you and your family. What did he say? I bless the rains down in Enrica. Okay. Wearing an FC Enrica scarf to please the locals, and remind them I was still part owner of the team. Wow. Victory is close. Peace, prosperity, the Swordish way. Your land, my land, Swordland, for a united Swordland. This is my party elections. I'm going to say peace, prosperity, and the Swordish way. That feels... It feels traditional, you know? Swordish way. I'm appealing to them. I'm changing the way of life by giving minorities and women equal rights. Steering the party to be more socialist. But if I appeal to the conservatives, on top of that with Gloria as my VP, Enrica Mayor Kirsten Less gave a short introductory speech. Couldn't look at him without thinking how I let Monica down. Brothers and sisters of the USP. Past 3 years and a half. What is this? This is the party speech, right? Prepare you for your rally. That is what this is, right? Turn 9. Accepted the visit, but said no to them. Past 3.5 years have seen our country tested again and again. Have been the hardest of my life. Many enemies have tried to destroy me and this fine country. Hey, Crab Boy. Crab Boy, check it out. Look at my economy. It's maxed. Budget balanced, economy fully maxed out. Seen our country tested again and again. Yet I stand before you now, ready to pledge myself before God and Sworden yet again. Sworden has prevailed. Under my administration, we are stronger than ever. That is true. Together we managed to get the economic crisis under control. We have pulled Swordon's economy from the depths of recession. Under my presidency, We have enjoyed unprecedented harmony. That is true. Not only do we have women's rights, minority rights, violence hasn't been a thing. There hasn't been violence since the killing of Bernard Circus. We have enjoyed unprecedented harmony. The economy's great. Things are peaceful. We brought you change to our broken constitution. We have successfully reformed Sorda's constitution. And I will continue to root out corruption and wrongdoing, even within the institutions we hold dear. Remain committed to stamping out the corruption that has plagued Sorda's corporations for far too long. We are. That's why Tusk is getting arrested. And that might go along with the planned economy that my party feels is Solonomics. I did steer the anti-corruption police towards the oligarchs, and not the old guard. So alright. Thunderous applause erupted. Sordon has changed, but the USP must remain as strong as ever. Meanwhile, I dare to envision a brave new direction to the party, towards the socialism of our eastern neighbors. Some have accused me of straying from the true values of the USP. To them I say, I am the USP. Would I lose him if I mention our eastern neighbors? I dare to envision a brave new direction for our party towards the socialism of our eastern neighbors. Sordon changed, but the USP remains as strong as ever. That is true. Well, I might have some clout to openly mention the socialism of our eastern neighbors in the speech, considering fix the economy, fix the constitution, completely harmonious Sordland with no violence, corruption tackled. There has been tremendous progress made in this term, and there's more to come. There is no way we can lose. I have devoted an unprecedented amount of effort towards making the USP as great as it can be. We will not lose. I, and Vice President Tory, shall lead Sordland into a bright new era. I shall run for re-election with Gloria Tory, Sordland's first ever female vice president. A roar shook the hall. By our side is Franz Richter, a true reformer. The USP and the PFJP will campaign side by side to ensure victory. That's probably going to get confusion at best and anger at worst from the smaller brain side of the USP, but they have to realize, if they imagine the USP to be the traditional conservative party, they should see nothing but benefit from coalitioning with the reformist side, with the reformist party. That's like guaranteeing that we will maintain our power regardless. We'll form a broad coalition of supporters to make sure the morning finally comes. It is time, my fellow swords, new dawn is upon us. By our side is Franz Richter, a true reformer. USP and PFJP will campaign side by side to ensure victory. So remember, vote Reign 57. Amorna Vescour. Time to get back on board the Reign train. I like Amorna Vescour. It's a good slogan to end off with. The more traditional people probably like it because it is pretty much the national slogan by this point. The audience enthusiastically finished the saying as streamers shot out the cannons behind me. Tooth to tooth, eye to eye, FC Enrica, whoop whoop whoop. I stepped down for the podium. That's gotta be a compliment. Oh, hold on. Country overview. What's happened? economy. What's new? I don't see what's new. Is there simply a lack of something? The Black Tuesday crash is still here. I don't see anything in here I don't see the glowy mark. Consistent economy, improved transportation links. Maybe something disappeared, but I still have tax evasion. Still have the Black Tuesday crash. It says current situations, but this isn't Black Tuesday anymore. There's an update, but I don't see update. Anything new here? Party leaders? Businesses? Walter Tusk? Are you arrested yet? Arrested for aiding drug operations and smuggling Rumburgian weapons into Swordland. Currently being held in Antil Rock Prison. Is it to your liking, Mr. Tusk? How's the food? No, they're fighting again. Red Youth and Young Swords are once again involved in a large-scale fight. This time, the issue was the vandalism of a soul statue in Lockhaven. Maybe I should desolinate the country. If there's no soul statue, there's nothing to vandalize. Yesterday night, according to a Young Sword member who wished to stay anonymous, so that he had seen Red Youth members putting a clown wig and nose on a soul statue at the city center. Oh no. On the other hand, come on, what if we made this a tradition, like what Glasgow does with their statue of, was it Duke Wellington? I forget. But they put the traffic cone on the statue's head. We can make it fun, you know? A quirky new Lockhaven tradition. The Red Youth could say it's in criticism of the man. The Young Swords could say it's all in good fun, lads. Both sides seem to have their own version of the story, with no evidence from either side. What doesn't require evidence, however, is the injured 14 people lying in hospitals. We just wish that one day they'll be able to go past our differences and make peace with each other. This is good. This is an okay resolution to the Red Youth and Young Sword members, because in my first term, at this point, they were banned for years. The violence stopped for years, and then at the end, they came out in full force, guns toting, people shot and killed, places of commerce, of industry, of infrastructure, of government, all occupied by the Red Youths and the Young Sword. Young Swords oppress British protesters. When is it enough? How long can we stand tolerance of the brutality of this fascist organization? Bernard Circus has fought for his country, for the rights of every sword. In return, he got a bullet from this nationalist group. Right now, the same group is beating and chasing away peaceful British protesters, only because they are not originally sword. Still, the administration hasn't lifted a finger. Is this the democracy we fought for a long time ago? Is this the democratic values that we got after going through a civil war? But there is no civil war. There's no violence in the streets. No one is gunning anyone. No cities are being occupied. Yosef has no reason to enact a military junta. Briefing on the current economic situation. Simon Hall. Last time you chose to resign because you took the economy as a personal failure. Now, with maxed out green, this must be Christmas for him. Opened the door, entered the largest board of the building. Simon was sitting alone with a glass of water and his documents laid out before him. Quick handshake, took a seat. Good afternoon, Mr. President. He's not sweating yet. Good to see you, Simon. Likewise. A knock on the door and Gloria entered the room. No matter how conservative Gloria is, well, no, she's gonna like her economic plans anyway. She's all for nationalization, no privatization, which we were already going for. Apologies, I got held up. Did you start yet? Mrs. Vice President, no, not yet. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. As you all know, we're here to review the economic progress we made over the past term and decide how to proceed. I will brief you quickly on what we've done so far, just as a refresher. Very well, let's hear it. He gathered the documents of the pile in front of him and adjusted his glasses. From the pile, he produced 2 booklets and handed them to us. Please turn to page 5. Let's start off with our economy plan. I am glad to say we are on track with our intention for a planned economy. Consistency. I wasn't consistent enough last time because I was scared of taxing the corporations. Didn't fully nationalize Bergia Steel, only got the majority share. This time no fear, went in hard. Most of our decisions so far have been pretty consistent. Thanks to your efforts, Simon. Indeed, good job, Mr. Hull. Thank you, you're too kind. Let's move on with the report. If we are to describe what we have done so far, I would say it is very close to a full command economic system, and yet full green development on the economy, maxed out, 10 out of 10. Please turn to page 16. Status of trade and the effects of foreign policy. 3 trade partners, global trust across the globe in regards to trade, despite nationalization of the biggest corporation we have, stayed neutral with the CSP, which means not cutting off half the globe. I'm happy to say that our trade has increased since the beginning of our term. We are on the right path. More trade means more vibrant economies, which means unbridled economic development. Unbridled. For better or worse, Sordon is becoming quite reliant on foreign economies. It is shameful that a great country like Sordland has to rely on other countries. We need to become self-reliant as soon as possible. Gloria, even though there isn't a second term in game, you might be onto something. We've got the economy recovered and on track. And even though I wanted to improve the Sarna Triangle and went all in for Lauren instead, a second term could see further support for the rural areas for agriculture. Food security is pretty much the best thing you can do for self-reliance. That way, even if the economy takes a hit, it's okay. You could eat, you could weather it. Like when COVID struck the Pacific. Palau for one choosing. We are super reliant on foreign aid and tourism as the 2 halves of our GDP. How about we don't get COVID, close the country down completely, sacrifice tourism, sacrifice the economy, but guess what? We got subsistent agriculture, we got fisheries that we take care of with very good cultural values for conservation. And so the tourism might be gutted, the economy might be gutted, but no COVID gets in, the hospitals don't get overrun, people have food they could eat, and now we're talking about travel bubbles with good countries like Taiwan who are showing that they can stay COVID free so that eventually the economy can reopen in a safe way, but the people are self-sufficient, they're taken care of. Globalization is at our doorstep, whether we like it or not. Globalization doesn't have to mean a denial of self-sufficiency. Self-sufficiency doesn't have to mean a denial of globalization. Aim for a more balanced approach. Extra reliance, allies and neighbors. Fix the issue as soon as possible. Sordon can't be a nation that relies on others. We have to be. No nation is a bubble. This whole Project Earth only works with global cooperation. But I do want to see more balance. We will have to carefully consider this matter during our second term. Please turn to page 17. Page 17. In our attempt to prepare Sordon's economic system, we went for a mixed approach. We tried to cater to the needs of both businesses and Sordon citizens. It has been a delicate balance. Thankfully, living standards have steadily increased. We've been receiving fewer and fewer complaints about our welfare system. We have fixed the welfare system. Good. Keeping citizens happy is integral to keeping Sordon stable. Exactly. Now turn to page 34. Page 34. Our production rate has gone down since the beginning of the term. We're at a low point right now, which is okay. We got the triple trade triangle to accommodate that. We need to fix it as soon as possible. Need everyone on this next term. And production volume is also helping out our self-sufficiency. If we're helping the production volume in the agricultural lands, that's not just economic production, that's food for the people. That is us being able to care for ourselves, regardless of what happens to the global markets. Wheat starts to rot in Nargle. Great, we could eat the wheat. As you wish. I'll note that down. Moving on to logistics. Our situation has improved above and beyond our expectations. Our infrastructure projects have paid off in the long term. Smoother commutes, easier access, faster delivery times, everybody's happy. We are very close to the end. I want to talk about a few numbers. Please turn to page 57. I prepared a chart. Our inflation rate is currently at an amazing 2%, down from 7%. It's the lowest Sordland has ever seen. The lowest inflation Sordland has ever seen. The Swordfish Wren's value has been largely maintained, and consumer prices have been stabilized. The magic of socialism. Which means that Swordfish citizens are happier. We are writing history here. We are. Agreed. Mr. President, do you have any questions so far? What is our debt situation? Our debt is at 310 billion SR, down from 427 billion SR at the beginning of our term, despite rocking -5 budget for like 2.5 years. We managed to bring it down quite a bit. As a result, international investment has increased along with our government budget. And unemployment? Unemployment rate is at 5%, down from 16%. The change is mostly due to our investments and wise economic planning. And the most meaningless number, if taken all by itself in a vacuum without comparing it to other metrics, how's the GDP? Our current GDP is at 513 billion SR, a major increase from the 310 billion SR we had at the beginning of our term. As per the latest stats, the economy grew 16% in the last 4 years on average. That's accounting for the economy tanking in the double digits for the last 3 years, and then overcame all that difference and surpassed it at the finish line. In short, we are enjoying an increased economical capacity. All the questions I had. Very well. I want to quickly highlight our budget expenditure, which I just balanced. -5 to 0. My numbers indicate that overall, we have been fairly conservative with our government budget. If -5 for 2.5 years counts as conservative, then okay. It's a good virtue to think ahead, but we ought to remember that money that is not spent is just pieces of paper. Simon, do you want me to go into debt again? Now, going into the elections and hopefully the second term, we need to decide on the way forward. One thing is clear. Our economy is solid enough that we could start thinking big. An extravagant economic action would result in a tremendous increase in public opinion, just in time for the election. What should we do, Mr. President? Any ideas? Oh wow, -3. Housing assistance to all citizens who require it. Pay an unemployment wage so the jobless do not go hungry. Those are all amazing, but I really cannot afford it. That would put me into debt. Again, I just got back to 0. Nothing comes to mind right now. But when the time comes to give, say, free public transportation, I will. Alright, now that I know that even with Black Friday or Black Tuesday, I can get the economy maxed out and the budget fantastic by turn, what is this? By turn 9. Third playthrough, I'm thinking already about a couple of compromises I can make that might prevent Black Tuesday entirely and keep things nice and smooth. It's a small sacrifice, but it'll preserve at least 2 budget early in the term while still working on economy stuff. It hurts the citizens in the short term, but in the long term it would give more money and max out the economy sooner. Maybe, if I do things that way, I'll be able to give housing assistance to all citizens. But for now, for this run, I'm going to say nothing comes to mind. It's too expensive. We've just regained everybody's trust. We can't go into debt, crash the markets again. Very well, sir. And besides, the people are already being very well taken care of. You may have surmised from the data I've given you that the worst of the recession is behind us. In fact, you'd be absolutely correct. We have entered what future historians might refer to as a Swordish recovery period. Achievement unlocked, Swordish economic recovery. Got that even with the planned economy, even with Black Tuesday. Eat it, Reddit. This warrants a celebration for sure. I like the sound of it. Swordish recovery period. We have done well. History will remember the Reid administration as the one that ended the recession, while giving women's rights, civil rights in general, uplifting the British people. Move aside, Seoul. We have a new national hero. Congratulations, everyone. This was only a dream a few years ago, and we achieved it. Mr. President, we will go out for drinks later, but for now, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you for coming. The meeting dispersed. I hurried to the cafeteria to get a cup of coffee. Alright, reports in Uzuren. Celebrations in Uzuren. Gathered in Uzuren City Square to celebrate the revocation of the ban of the Bludish Freedom Party. Mayor of Uzuren reported that the amnesty and revocation were greeted by the Uzureners with festivities. I'm losing votes with the Bludish people here by letting their Bludish Freedom Party be legal again. But you know what? I don't care. This isn't about the votes. It's about these people being reunited with their family, allowing them their political representation and expression. As nice as it would be to simply curry Bludish favor, but keep their party banned and force them to vote for my party because I'm nice. I'm a softie. I'm all for people being able to represent themselves. Bludish Freedom Party starts campaigning. Bludish Freedom Party joined the election race immediately after being legalized. The BFP announced that Ramzu Koljak will be the party's presidential candidate. Their first rally will be held in Dare tomorrow. And in amnesty given to thousands, together with the revocation of the ban on the BFP, and subsequent amnesty, about 6,000 people who were arrested at the 30s and 40s for their ties to the Bludish Freedom Front have now been released. 72 high-profile Bludish political protesters who are being held up in maximum security Antal Rock prison were also released. I do have term limits. Worm, hello? Which is probably why it was so easy to get my democratic reforms through Gloria and through Richter without having to compromise anything, even with the 8% threshold for the parties. I'm happy with this. Even if I lose re-election right, I don't even care. I've maxed out the economy, risen the situations for all swords, men, women, swords, bloods, doesn't matter. Even if I leave office, I am leaving the best Swordland possible, I think, so far. HOS AIDS election campaign. Marcel Corantes, HOS Advertising, the biggest advertising agency in Swordland, volunteered to help with the election campaign. They'll be providing consulting and design work for the campaign material. They did this last time too, simply for not touching HOS in the nationalization talks. NFP welcomes General Lutheran's son to rally against, just like last time. Red Youth and Young Swords clash. Earlier this week, there was a violent clash between the Red Youth and the Young Swords. It started with both sides protesting peacefully. Unfortunately, a Red Youth member decided to attack a Young Swords member over the death of Bernard Circus, which happened a while ago. With this incident, the peaceful protests escalated into a full-on melee. I could be happy about that because at this point in the game last time, it was violence, real violence. It was guns. It was straight up insurgencies in every single major city center. As of now, there have been hundreds of injuries on both sides. Local police are trying to de-escalate the situation to no avail. So it could be that this still sparks protests. I might get some protests by the end anyway. But since it's not as violent as it was last time, Carl's men probably aren't going to straight up shoot protesters just for being a little bit scared. Since we put money into the Ministry of Justice, corruption has been taken care of. The police have been doing their jobs without having to tear gas anyone. I think even if there's protests by the end of the term, we shouldn't be locked out of peacefully talking with the protest leaders this time. Tried it last time and people got killed. PFJP Richter slogan, victory for everyone. As the 1957 election starts to approach, Franz Richter and the People's Freedom and Justice Party are making waves in Lock Haven. Their campaign slogan, victory for everyone, covered the city after a campaign visit to the city. The PFJP has been the United Southern Party's major opposition since their formation, each year earning a higher percentage of the votes. And now it doesn't matter, because even if they outvote us in the election, we have them. We have their coalition. Their votes are my votes. Scheduled television interview. This time with Peter not dead even. Oh my goodness, everything is happier this time around. Peter has therapy. How happy is that? He's still getting divorced, but he's getting help. Ready for the interview? Totally. Done my best to make this happen. Very important for our administration. Crew's ready to start filming. Mr. Sacker's excited to interview you. Would be bad press to decline this interview offer. Yeah, but if we have a coalition, even if Franz beats me, a coalition's a coalition. We still have major input. I'm assuming. They are from Kairut, country known for its neutrality. We are going to be known for our neutrality. I hope so, Lucian. Shouldn't be too much pressure. Mr. President, welcome to One-on-One. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you. Let us begin with the latest incident between Sordlin and Rumburg. An aircraft of the Swordist Air Force was shot down by Rumburgian anti-air guns a few weeks ago. Officials for the Rumburgian government proclaimed that the aircraft was flying inside the airspace of Rumburg. Your government has been silent apart from a few statements, which claimed that your plane was indeed in Swordish airspace when it was shot down. Do you believe Rumburgian forces initiate an intentional attack? Reason to believe that yes, they are being increasingly aggressive over the last years. And so far, the international community concurs. They agree with me. And it's diplomatic. I'm not straight up saying it's an act of war, but we are calling them out for their expansionism and aggression. Hey, skids. Welcome, enjoy doing your stuff. Does this mean there'll be more hostilities on the horizon? I hope not. We are doing what it takes to not create a conflict. I can't say for sure. We will have to ask Queen Livingston herself. Do you believe these harassments could lead to an actual war between Sordlin and Rumburg in the future? I hope not. Not to create conflict, very likely yes. I believe that's what Rumburg wants. They have been working to get a justification for such an action. That is objectively true. We call them out on it. We make them look bad in the public eye. This week, both the Arcasian and United Contada governments have condemned the airplane incident. Both the Arcasians and the UC. I didn't have Arcasia support in this the last time when I joined the CSP. Okay, I'm adding neutrality to the third playthrough's outline right now. Because at this point, with my strong economy and everything else, I think it's possible to do it. Do you think they would be involved as mediators in the case of a broader conflict between your countries? That is not a question. They would surely get involved, but I don't know if as mediators. I hope so. We look up to the international community to maintain peace in all of Mercopa. That has been my Rumburg strategy so far. Use the IC. You have also claimed that Rumburg has been spying on your administration, and the alleged spy was none other than your own secretary. Rumburg has since denied all your claims. He stared into my eyes, awaiting a response. We have evidence it was them. The world should know about Rumburg's interference in its neighbors. This is a very serious accusation, Mr. President. Well, the scandal caused by that resulted in Mr. Vector leaving his office. He was blamed, and you appointed a new vice president. Many claim this was just a internal political move designed to eliminate the vice president. What do you have to say about these accusations? Mr. Vector took it upon himself to bear the responsibility and decided to resign by his own volition, which is true. But this time, I did try to take some of the blame, and Peter stepped in and said, no, this is wrong. We have evidence she was working for Rumburg. Her real name is Ilana Vance. I just laughed at these baseless accusations. I talked about this in detail in the past. You can check what I've said. So it's going to be one or two. Because he did decide to bear responsibility, but despite K. Root's reputation for neutrality, he is kind of steering the question away from Rumburg. Tomas, are you using my VP scandal to minimize the weight of the spy situation? We have evidence she was working for Rumburg. Her real name was Ilana Vance. Don't you think you were partly to blame? She was your secretary. It was going on right under your nose. Maybe I should have said that Peter voluntarily took responsibility. I'm not responsible for processing background checks. It wasn't me to appoint her. To some extent, yes. And that would be consistent with me initially taking some blame for it before Peter stepped in. All of our administration shares the responsibility for letting such a scandal take place. He didn't look like he was satisfied by my response. How about this? What if I stick to the VP situation? If I go with, I tried to take responsibility, but Peter took it upon himself to resign, though we all bear responsibility. Because I've already laid it pretty heavy thick on Rumburg in the rest of the interview. Patum. Okay, where were we? Nice solution. Hope solution. Reason to believe that. Increasingly aggressive over the last years. Can't say for sure. Ask Queen Livingston herself. Rumburg wants Casus Belli. We hope so. Look up to the international community. We have evidence. The world should know. Then on to the VP. Mr. Vector took it upon himself to bear the responsibility and decided to resign by his own volition. Would have been very difficult not to take responsibility when you as president revealed the wrongdoings. One could say he was forced to resign. Ooh, it's a different question that time. Well, would I force my largest supporter, close friend, and the backbone of my administration to resign? You are missing out the part that I also took on the responsibility and accepted the blame. I disagree. We took the responsibility together. Nobody forced him to resign. Opened up wholly new questions I had not seen. I kind of like this route. It's kind of more hard-hitting as a question. Why force my largest supporter, close friend, backbone of my administration to resign for politics because he caused a scandal? I disagree. We took responsibility together. Nobody forced him. But still wasn't satisfied. That's fine. I think I did pretty well. Okay, let's return back to your foreign policy. Let's talk about the ongoing conflict about the Helgeland Island. I believe Sorden is committed to stand together with Vagosland. In fact, you have a military alliance with them. According to reports from yesterday, Vagoslandian Navy had finally attacked the Agnolian fleet at Helgeland Island. Today, Prime Minister Van Horten announced that the island is indeed under an invasion. He said Vagoslandian troops landed on the island. We also received several reports claiming that there were Swedish ships and planes aiding the Vagoslandian Navy. What is Sorden's role in this conflict? Will he finally admit that you are helping the invading forces? Swordland, the Swedish Air Force, or the Swedish Navy have no role in this conflict. Those reports are not reflecting the truth. Swordland has nothing to do with the invasion. However, Vagosland has a right to intervene in Helgeland. Yes, we stand with our allies and continue to support them. I'm going to deflect and say this invasion is all Vagosland, but they have the right to do it. Mr. President, I have the report from the Alliance of Nations here. Oh no, he's brought the receipts. A grainy photograph of a ship and showed it to me. Here. The Swedish flag on the ship was clearly visible. He then shuffled the papers in front of him, placed the paper on top, and started reading it. Yesterday morning, the Swedish fleet was spotted in the vicinity of Helgeland, and reconnaissance planes were observed flying above the island. It clearly shows that your forces are interfering. How would you explain this? It doesn't show them taking any actions. That doesn't prove anything. Our ships are there for humanitarian aid, nothing more. Really? That's ballsy. Number 3. Let's face it, I've seen today's political climate. It doesn't show us taking action, is something everyone will look through, but then all the senators will be like, yeah, that tracks. Our ships are there for humanitarian aid, nothing more. Humanitarian aid with gunboats. The AED's report clearly states that Swedish ships were blocking the route from Stalport to Helgeland right before the Vagoslandian attack occurred. What you are saying is a bit of an overstretch, don't you think, Mr. President? I'm not saying the AN is lying, but they're forgetting to check what our forces are actually doing. It's a biased report. I'm going to get the international community against me this way. I think this interview's over. Interview is over. Back to the good timeline, please. I'm just going to own up to it. Just going to own up to it and speak in defense of Vagoslandian claims to Helgeland. They are protecting the Vag people. What Agnolia is doing is violently oppressing a people who has lived there for generations in an occupation of 30 years. Yes, Lucian. Yes, Lucian. Increasingly aggressive. Ask Queen Livingston, bought in her court. Rumberg wants Casus Belli. We hope the international community manages to maintain peace. Evidence it was them. Vector took it upon himself to bear the responsibility. What if I say why would I force my largest supporter, close friend, and the backbone of my administration to resign? I'm asking you the question, Mr. President. Let's move on. I don't like it. That's a very weaker answer. Exactly, Skids. The photographs show we clearly launched a missile. But does the AN report show those missiles pulling a streamer with and balloon floats with colorful cartoon characters to bring joy and levity to the children of Hezbollah? No, the reports don't show that, do they? You don't know that we weren't using missiles and gunboats to pull streamers. The gunboats are there for a Santa Claus parade. Do they not like Santa Claus? Casus Belli. Maintain peace with the international community. Rumor interference. Peter took it upon himself to resign. I disagree. We took responsibility together. Okay. We stand with our allies and will continue to support them. Hezbollah is a very strategic island in the middle of the Markian Sea. Do you think this invasion could get out of hand now that you're officially in this? I must correct you, Mr. Sacker. We are not officially taking part in the invasion. And then comes, but we have the reports. We have the pictures. This is you. This is your boat, isn't it? That's a gunboat. That's not a humanitarian pleasure cruise. On the contrary, with the aid of Swordland, it will be swift, and will end this with as little bloodshed as possible. Maybe that's true. And maybe because we have avoided joining the CSP, it won't be seen as a big communist bloc threat for Acacia to get involved in. Why is it that you support Bogoslin's side in this conflict, Mr. President? Because Agnolia illegally occupies Hezbollah. It is time the island return to its real owners. I'd rather not pick any sides here, but it's Agnolia who's oppressing the natives of the island, who are mainly Volks. That's true. I wanted to stay neutral, but Agnolia's only been there 30 years. The people are Volk, and they become violently oppressing the Volks. They put in a Agnolian governor that the Volgish people did not choose, it's not representing them. Agnolian government is massacring the natives of the island. Bogosland is interfering to protect their people. 2 and 3 are very, very true. I like both of those answers. If I could, I'd start with 2 and explain with 3. But I am still trade partners with Agnolia. I'm going to be diplomatic and not say that the Agnolians are butchering the natives. I wanted to not pick sides, but Agnolia is oppressing them. I'm sorry. These are Volgish people. Volgland has a right to protect the Volks. Okay. Achievement unlocked. Rightful claim. Alright. Okay, let's move on to another topic. Last year, a huge conflict took place close to your borders with Velen. When Vezek forces partook in the massacre of the blooded civilians, under the guise of eliminating the Buddhist Freedom Front, Soden decided to watch the atrocities take place. In fact, you not only closed the borders to the refugees fleeing from the massacre, your border guards worked in cooperation with the Vezek forces. Will you accept responsibility of thousands of lives that were lost in Velen? Of course not. We had nothing to do with what went on inside Velen. We only protected our borders. It is true we worked with Mr. Smolak, but I don't think anyone blames Swordland for protecting its borders. It breaks my heart to see so many people die in Velen, it does. Could we have done something? Definitely. But the conflict had nothing to do with us, and he can look at my track record of enacting policies that support the Bloodish people, denying policies that hurt the Bloodish people, liberating, legalizing the Bloodish Freedom Front and the Bloodish Freedom Party, amnesty for its people. Come on, look at my track record here, dude. Don't make me out to be Smolak. I'm not Smolak. Many have criticized Sordland for its role in this conflict. Do you not accept any of its criticism? Sure, we could have helped the refugees, but then again, how do you distinguish civilians from militants? At the very least, we did protect the Bloods that are here, that are in our home. You could, on the gesture of the director, he stopped before finishing his sentence. Well, it seems it's all the time we have for today. Shouted to stop recording, both stood up. Thank you for your valuable time, Mr. President. Enjoyed it very much. Thank you for coming to Sordland. I hope to interview you again in the future. Alright, cool. I think that went very well. And I've got a lot of reports now. Well-received PR visit. Following a brief visit to Lock Haven, the President spent an afternoon meeting and taking photos with jubilant citizens at Republic Avenue. I don't recall this going well last time. The enthusiasm displayed was not unexpected. It was clear the citizens were delighted to witness their popular president in person. Oh no, Skids, your tonsils are swollen. I can't relate, since the last time my tonsils did that, they burnt them out of my throat. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. While I'm all about the tonsil-free life, it is part of your body's defense system, so hopefully... Bloodish opinion high. For the first time in Swordish history, the Bloodish people have come out in support of the sitting president. Thanks to President Rain's policies and actions during his first term, sentiment for the president in Dare has been incredibly high. Earning the Bloodish vote in the upcoming election may be crucial for re-election. Oh yeah, voice and stream, Skids. You kind of need your mouth, don't ya? Here's hoping. Doctor visit. Medication, whatever it takes. Back on your feet in no time. Not to TMI, but like I said, my tonsils have been taken out ages ago. So, I don't know that alien tonsil life and my boyfriend made me aware of tonsil stones and the things they did to alleviate that on their own. That makes my phantom tonsils start itching. WPB leader poisoned. Still happens. No more reports. Workers' Party announces Lek as a replacement for Reginald. Sordland's darkest hour. Oh, I was confused. You're talking about President Rain taking us out of our darkest hour, cause maxed economy, peace in the streets, how could anyone call this Sordland's darkest hour? During Sordland's darkest hour, burying the lead here, whole sword post, President Rain took the reign and led the country out of a depression. Millions of jobs added, countless businesses opened, myriad investors pouring into Sordland. Economists and foreign leaders predict Sordland to be an economic giant in the long run, while historians will engrave this great Swordish recovery to Sordland's record. Mansoon Lek back at the WPB. Rainomics improve living standards. I like to hear that. At the end of his term, President Rain has brought more changes to Sordland than ever, albeit not all are positive. The situation with Sordland's living standard has increased. Based on new research, Sordland citizens' life expectancies are the highest in history. President Rain's policies have given every person the same economic opportunities to strive forward. It is the most excellent news for any Swordish resident since the forming of the Republic. I'm putting that on my wall. I'm going to frame this article. The Great Swordish Economic Recovery is Is The Economist actually going to praise my planned command economy? This is twice now I've heard the Radical say objectively good things without any spite. If I get The Economist to say the same, that is going to be a miracle. Skids, enjoy your Dr. Call. Get things done. Oh my goodness, economy brilliant. Under President Rain's brilliant leadership, Sordland has lifted itself out of the Great Depression. Jobs and investments are returning in the millions and thousands as the country's GDP rises without signs of stopping. Undeterred and unhindered by the crisis, the president steered the nation onwards. With this momentum, Sordland is destined to be the golden apple of the Maricopa region. It appears the best is yet to come. I got the most free market capitalist newspaper to sing the praises of the Rain economy. Tomorrow at 4, dang, Skids, that's quick. Get that health done. Vagosland still occupies Helgeland, has reclaimed Helgeland as part of Vagosland, described the events as a triumph. This must be new because of my help. This morning, Vagoslandian forces has occupied Helgeland with only a small amount of casualties when the forces of Helgeland surrendered after the invasion that was executed yesterday. After the surrender, Chancellor Hegel had reclaimed Helgeland as part of Vagosland and described the events as the triumph of freedom and the reversal of historical injustices. Agnolian leader Van Horten condemned the invasion, and the AN for leaving Agnolia alone and not interfering. This was a drastic first step of Vagoslandian and millennialist invasions in Eastern Maricopa, and I'm warning those who allow them to do this. This is how liberty dies, he said. The Agnolian Navy has also returned back to Solport after a brief firefight with Vagoslandian forces. Oh, but it's still yellow. The map doesn't update. Come on. Come on. But that's cool. The AN stood out, which means they were hands off about this. They let us do it. Shouldn't be any international repercussions for standing by Vagosland in support of the Vault people of Helgeland. There's no talk about Agnolia being forced to join NATO and Arcasian equipment and military being moved in. I think neutrality really is the best way to go with this. I did promise my people we would look to the east. We became more socialist, we allied with Vagosland, we cut the planned economy. It didn't have to mean becoming a member state of the CSP though. I could still count this as neutral without promising to be neutral. Promising an eastern leaning makes it easier to get the alliances and the economy that I want, but it didn't have to be a full-on commitment. Still neutral. Mansoon might return to WPB to fill Egel's role. Good. And how's early morning in the household of the best president? I'm curious to see what President Rain's response will be. Oh no. It's going to be about Caronte, isn't it? It's the only bit of corruption I've done. For those who are tuning in late, today is certainly going to be a rough day for the administration. We had confirmation about the certainty of these leaks. This is nothing short of a major scandal that could very well lead to the impeachment of President Rain. I froze and dropped the toast. As per the recent information received, President Rain is mentioned many times in these leaks. According to the documents, President Rain has been in cahoots with the media mogul Marcel Caronte. At Mr. Caronte's country club at Conriat, the two struck a deal in which Mr. Caronte agreed to sway the media in favor of the president. Come on, that can't be true. I put in a regulatory media body that makes sure that the media is independent. We have been trying to reach out to the Maroon Palace about these allegations and scandals. However, we have been unable to reach anyone yet. See, this is fine. There haven't been any monetary or political bribes made. All we've done is talk to a lobbyist. That's the only thing we've done. Everyone has spoken to a lobbyist. That's how my bill passed. But that's not illegal. We're not talking about their corruption. That's nothing. That's perfectly fine. Media bought by Rain. The Maroon Palace must be ashamed of itself. Our very own president has bought influence in the media through oligarch Karanti to spin the news to his will, restricting the freedom of speech that is so essential to our country. Rain has violated our constitutional rights and betrayed the trust of the country. It is well deserved that he should face impeachment as soon as possible. The lies of Rain. Lies, lies, and tell me more little lies that have spilled from President Rain's lips are revealed in front of national television. Our nation is used to betrayal, but not at this scale. The popular vote put its trust behind Rain nearly 4 years ago, and the results of this administration hasn't been one anyone had hoped for. Really? What is the Lock Haven Times bias? Because they haven't been saying anything about the positives of the economic recovery. Just negative, negative, negative. People poison, people fighting. Nothing about the economic boom, nothing about the peace in the streets. Lilius Graf, going to oppose me anyway? Perfectly fine by me. Knock. Is that your mother? Well, won't have told her too much yet. Sounds like a painful childhood. Would you be so kind to tell me as to why you invited me over? Home-cooked supper, huh? Please, Mr. Rain. Didn't get to where I am now by slaving away in the kitchen. Want you to know that I have nothing but respect for you. Lilius Graf, that is a bold-faced lie. But given certain developments that have occurred over the course of your term, I believe you are no longer fit to lead the United Southern Party. I want you to be the first to know that I myself will be running against you at the party congress. Oh no. Well, what is she going to do without the support of Gloria Tori, my VP, and her support of the moderates and the conservatives that make up the bulk of the party? I suspected that might happen. Of course you did, you weren't stupid. Mockery out of the Constitution. The Constitution keeping the nation safe from internal and external threats. I don't think so, Lilius. I think that's the Ministry of Justice keeping your department on a tight leash, keeping our nation safe. You are fired. It's a little too late for that. I'm doing you a courtesy tonight. I didn't want to surprise you at the Congress. I wanted to give you time to consider backing me. Sorry, Lilius. I can't back down, I won't do it, and neither will the rest of the party. We'll see about that. I'll tender my official resignation once we're both back home in Holsword. May the best man win then. Harsh. Lilius' upper lip twitched, but she remained calm. I don't like the blatant sexism of the era, but given who Lilius is, given that she is straight up fascist and wants nothing more than to have the police and the Gendarme violently oppress every bit of opposition, she's straight up the poster child for the old guard. Yeah, let the best man win. Country news. Minister of the Interior Graf resigns, just like last time. Graf throws in the towel. Lilius Granny Graf, ouch radical. Military parade, okay. Now is time for the litmus test to see if we are going to get assassinated, if I have to flee the country. As of yet, I do not have unruly generals, so I probably don't need to face a coup. Is the equipment still going to be garbage though? We're putting this military parade together to show our strength. But we got tanks that break down, propeller airplanes that fly by. Mr. President almost ready to part right after the tank column. Rumberg will think twice after today. Bit of jingoism to keep Yosef on my side. They will tremble before the Swordish military might. But the privates are acting sloppy. What is that salute, soldier? Watch, this is a real salute. Strict as ever. Doesn't give me much confidence. Strict as ever. But it really doesn't give confidence that the soldiers do not even know how to properly salute. We'll have them educated. Serg's here? Serg's still alive? I'm sorry, Serg, but you're my canary. Hopefully, you don't have to be the canary. Addie's Volkner, ready yet? Please follow me. Have you seen our tanks and planes? Rumberg would be so scared when they see this. That is a plan. I hope so, Serg. My kid's very excited to wake up to see the planes fly. Oliver Swordland. Do I remember those days? Who can forget about Major Lancia, the relentless? Yosef let out a long laugh. There you go, we're buddy-buddy with Yosef. Which should mean no junta. No violence in the streets. Yosef is a close friend, or at least decent as co-workers. I also remember Mr. President did not execute direct orders from his superiors. I did what needed to be done. It's in the past now. True. Okay, let's see. Parade time. Wave to the people. Nothing negative so far. Yosef sitting next to me. Car starts rolling. Cheering Swordish people. Couple old propeller planes flew ahead. Possibly older than me. The tanks, still breaking down, need to be towed. Truly showing off our military might. Finally our turn. Both sides of Victory Avenue with numerous citizens cheering my name, waving flags. Salute. Look at the benches where the general staff sat. I saw Tarquin Sol sitting next to Volkern. Oh no, that still happens. The old man still showing support with the Solist Old Guard elements of the administration of the military. But Tarquin Sol and Vulcan, they aren't smiling this time. They were smiling last time. They knew it was going to happen. Could it be that the worst has come to pass? Almost at the Artur S. Wissy statue, group of soldiers saluted as we passed by. They looked proud and stout in the new infantry uniforms and brand new rifles. I think we've done it. We didn't get the truck, parked at an angle, blocking the street. I think we passed the coup. We continued on, as per schedule, and finally arrived at the Maroon Palace, which marked the end of the parade. We kept Serg alive! We've done it! Forget the coup, forget the junta, we kept Serg alive to the end. The people of Hulsor dispersed to their homes. A clear message was sent to Rumberg by the display of our military might. If you invade, our air force is weak, our tanks will break down. We're about to see whether it would be enough or not. We've done it though. Serg gets to watch his little girl go to university and become a brilliant engineer or a scientist or something. He gets to watch his little boy grow up with daddy. Vote of the state time. I didn't do too well at the AN last time. I appealed to the AN, to the international community, to look after the little guy because the AN mostly looks after Arcasia and Arcasian interests. But I was also part of the CSP then. And so maybe anytime the CSP member nation speaks out against Arcasian bias, it's merely the silly communists ganging together against peace and democracy. But I'm independent, I'm neutral, strong economy. Oh, come on, the map hasn't updated yet. I'm starting to think the map simply does not update. What was that whole invasion about, if Hejaport is still in proud Agnolian yellow? World leaders to gather at the Alliance of Nations. Schedule for Alliance of Nations session. Let's do this. David Wissey, one of the best members of my cabinet. One wrong word, and the world will go to hell. High pressure. Just believe in yourself, Anton. You know, he says from what I've seen he'll do just fine. Pretty sure he said that last time too, when I ran the country into the ground. How am I feeling? Being the president must have taken a toll on you and your family. We knew changing started as hard, but we could have never expected it to be this way, an actual success. We managed somehow. Comes with the job. I and Monica already came to terms. Now, we didn't expect this, we knew it'd be hard. What he's done is far more than enough. David Wissey has been incredible. Alright, let's get this done. Speeches are probably going to be mostly the same, apart from there's not going to be anyone speaking about my entry to the CSP. Surprised he isn't drunk. Mr. Alvarez does play the drunk quite often. Message of encouragement, support to the organization and the vital role it plays. Of all the challenges Eastern Macopa and the whole world faced since then, one has grown larger, more important than others. The so-called socialist threat states. And actions taken by their authoritarian rulers. What? This authoritarian socialist ruler here that uplifted all the people, released political British prisoners, democratized the constitution. I'm such an autocrat. Loud noise came from the table of Volgosland and Merkemmel pounding his fist on the table. Chancellor's already mad. David nodded. Come together as leaders of the free world. CSP, under the leadership of United Kantan, has been fueling Volgoslandian military-industrial complex expansionist aims in Eastern Macopa. World turned a blind eye when Volgosland occupied Hegeland. United Kantana made nuclear missiles, quickly deployed to the island. Is that true? Does David think it's true? This was always likely to happen, but so soon after the occupation. No Eastern Macopa nation can accept the installation of weapons of mass destruction in the Middle Marquian Sea. Hereby call for the immediate dismantling and withdrawal of all missiles and other offensive weapons from Hegeland. You know what? I can get behind that. The important thing was that Hegeland returned to Volgosland, that Agnolian forces stopped butchering the Volgish people there. They don't need missiles, do they? There's no missiles on Duru. We don't need missiles in Hegeland. Resolution in accordance with Article 11 of the Falenko Treaty. Recent events that transpired in another state with socialist leanings. Velin. Velin isn't even socialist. Just because they call themselves the Nationalist Socialists doesn't make themselves socialists. Purging minorities, violated past treaties. What about the other socialist nation? What is Swordland doing to its minority population? Act against Velin and its rogue government, thank you. Pound your fist on the table. Politely clap, golf clap, don't react. Walk back to a seat amidst enthusiastic applause from most of the Macopan delegates. It's probably going to be seen as some statement if I clap or don't clap. Victor Smolak. Look at those theatrics. No, crab boy, no, just no. I'm not going to do that on the table. Yes, that's him, all about the theatrics. Fellow delegates. make threats, promote hate, spread lies. Is this what the AN wants? Where's cooperation, friendship, and unity? The West occupied his country, seized everything, stole their sacred oil and soil. ATO soldiers left, but the interference never ceased, financed armed rebel groups. It doesn't justify what Veldin did, though. I mean, we inherited a pretty bad economy and country too, but we didn't go about massacring our people. What did you expect, Mr. President? It's President Smolak. Arcasia made a deal with UC where they agreed upon to withdraw the troops, along with move half the army, but left alone and faced the genocidal Buddhist Freedom Front. Clear evidence of direct aid from Rumberg to the BFF with smuggled Ka-74s. We're not the only ones now. Documents be published everywhere. Alright, so I should probably not antagonize the A8 and Arcasia here. That's not the form for it. I should keep my eye on the prize. We have documents, receipts about Rumbergian Ka-74s. I should focus on Rumberg and keeping them dismantled. Lesbia also implicated in funding the BFF. Veldin sends stronger, more united. Report on the connection of the West, the militants in Eastern Rakopa. Veldin only wants peace. Popular with Rika. Play the victim pretty strongly. Anti-imperialist stance. Definitely earn the sympathy of the Rikans. Martin Van Horten's turn. Frowned, clenching his fist. Do you think he dislikes us for taking a trade agreement and then taking their island away? It seems Martin's not in the mood. Can you blame him? Vogelsland just occupied Hegeland. Honored to be here today. CSP nations, Vogelsland in particular, but not Swordland. This isn't a completely CSP operation against Hegeland, against Agnolia. One of the first countries to prosper proper cooperation, propose proper cooperation between the Eastern Rakopa nations, yet we were threatened by Vogelslandian expansionism. No one came to their side. No one came to his side, including Ato. Ato couldn't be seen involving themselves in an issue that is not blatantly a CSP expansion thing. This is merely a regional dispute. Under invasion by the very socialists he spoke about. Support of the members of the Alliance of Nation, Agnolia is under attack. No, it's not. Agnolia's fine. It's just Hegeland taken. Everyone knows what happened in Hegeland. The delegates do need to learn some respect, though. That's for sure. Mr. President, please moderate the assembly, more than disrespectful. As you all know, Hegeland, which has been a territory of Agnolia for more than 3 decades, oh wow, invaded by Vogelsland in a sudden attack. Mr. Van Horten, why did they? Sworden gave United Cantana docking rights in the largest naval base. That is a point of contention. If I do third playthrough, I should avoid Black Tuesday so I won't need to get the docking right of United Cantana. United Cantana Vogelsland forces roaming the seas. Article 11, Flamenco Treaty, immediate dismantling of all missiles from Hegeland. Article 3, Venture City Treaty, must ensure the withdrawal of the occupying force of the island. Oh, Van Horten, we've already withdrawn the occupying force. Democratic role to action against the tyranny, millennialism, authoritarianism, militarism, extremism. What, like his militaristic occupation of Hegeland and extremism and pushing the people? A spineless jerk a lackey of Arcasian imperialism. What does he think he's doing? All of your complaints against us are a direct result of our capitalist and neo-colonial systems. Everything is clear as day. Hegel's actions speak volume. But it's funny, Mr. Van Horten, that he calls Vogelsland imperialistic, when Vogelsland's whole socio-political economic thing is distancing themselves from imperialism, breaking free from it, trying to decolonize. Quickly left the assembly hall. They didn't even stay. Hegel's turn. David, buckle up. Chancellor's time now. Having fun, Mr. President. Do welcome to the new states from Rica. Join their organization. Sees very anti-colonialism, very anti-imperialism. More member nations represented. Dominant economies of Marcopa raised. Pillage, exploited the continents of Rica and Xenia. Vogelsland also part of it in the past, but that is the old Vogelsland. No more colonialism. No more empires. Arcasians putting up military base around Marcopa. Ato, that was first formed to fight against millennialism. Honestly, he is completely right. Hegeland will be Vogelslandian, completely justified interventions. Treaty of Constantium is which exercised its right to intervene on behalf of our people being oppressed and massacred by the Agnolian government just because he did not recognize the appointed governor, didn't get to elect one. That is not very democratic, is it? Acted in full accordance with the second article of the treaty. Blame the state which murders its minorities for publicly showing support to our nation. Also claims of legal missiles. What about that? No country in the world has a right to determine what type of weapons we import. I don't know, dude. If there are legitimate nukes on the island, we do kinda need to dismantle that. Lesbia housing Arcasian troops and missiles by our borders for years. Arcasian bases in Lesbia. Agnolian governments butchering Hegeland, rights of the people taken away. Alliance of nations willing to overlook human rights violations, unless it's Velen. A revolution bez core. Beatrice Livingston time. Alright, B. Troubles plaguing our continent, the plight of the people of the north, Alliance of Nations, ATO, CSP, OMEC never supported her people, never received financial aid when natural disasters struck our lands. Maybe if she spent less time militaristically building up and more time building relationships, we might have the relationship in existence to decide, hey, let's take care of each other. Took in traders, gave them protection. Are you talking about the whistleblower that told us about your weapons programs? Blame our country for spying. That the whistleblower collaborated. Mr. President, point of order! Can't let her speak about us like that. We'll get our turn though. Even aided the illegal occupation of Hegeland. Nobody else in the entire international community stood up for Anglia. No one else called Vogelslandians' occupation illegal, but Anglia, and Lesbia, and her. Everyone else so far sees it as justified, I think, for Vogelsland to protect the Vogish people. Intergovernmental investigation to Swordland. Investigate Swordland, or else Rumberg will take matters. condemn both the CSP and Swordland for allowing United Contact to settle in our region. But we're not in the CSP. We didn't go that route this time. And then threatening Velen right afterwards. Grand Awakening. Definitely a threat. Alright. Okay. Want to make a better speech this time. If I can get them to dismantle missiles, great. But I didn't join the CSP. Ato hasn't officially entered Agnolian space. Yet. So maybe by doing some neutrality, I've avoided nuclear buildup. Meaning, Rumburg is going to be the next major opposition. Thank you, Mr. President, fellow delegates. Anybody who ascends this rostrum must appreciate what a significant gathering he's addressing. Speakers who have preceded me have expressed their concerns about their problems. Soda remains committed to the Alliance of Nations and the ideals that gave birth to it. Yes, let's. Must remain devoted to the dream of a peaceful and free world, a united world. Century is a century of the struggle for freedom, the century of liberation from foreign occupation, Anglia, people not free from fear, not free from poverty and starvation. The world is faced with the dangers of division, the dangers of large military alliances, and nuclear arms races. I don't know, I think I might have locked myself out of hey, look at Rumburg. Century of liberation from foreign occupation. Set aside our differences and unite under this charter. All I'm doing is talking up the AN in this route. I'm not talking anything about the threats we're facing. Set aside our differences, unite under this charter. Alright. I think it's pretty decent so far. Will not respond to any of the comments made today. Talk about our responsibility as the Alliance of Nations. Address some topics. Deeply saddened by the tragic events that took place in Velen, earlier claimed that Velen was involved in a genocide. We're deeply saddened by the tragic events that took place in Velen. It's true. I have to admit, the operation resulted in many unnecessary deaths. I would also like to respond to Van Horten and the Queen of Rumburg. Could I do both? I don't know if this is an either or choice. Let's do Mr. Van Horten first. Now let's do Rumburg first. Because if it's either or, Rumburg is the important thing. Van Horten, the international community already stood away from the Hegeland incident. Rumburg takes precedence. Talked about some hypothetical threat that our nation poses to Eastern Marcopa, while Rumburg's military has tripled in the last decade. Solon always wanted to have peace between our nations, yet we are being threatened by Rumburg. No, but that tripling military, can we get the AN to shrink that military? We will never recognize your vile words against us. I condemn your actions and your speech. We wanted to be diplomatic, even when Rumburg shot down our plane. I have also some evidence to show the assembly. Mr. Smolak was right about the KA-74s. Thanks to the anti-corruption police, Rumburg has definitely been arming the BFF in Swordland. we discover that many militant groups in Sword are being financed or armed by Rumberg. Wait, is it many or the BFF? Rumberg? Would that say anything in your codex? Countries? Do we know? Is it in here? KA-74s. Financed or armed by Rumberg. Another important piece of evidence we have, provided to us by someone close to the Rumbergian government. Is there? Mr. Hailstone has been branded as a traitor in Rumberg for blowing the whistle on the country's hidden nuclear facilities. I hereby call on the Alliance of Nations to serve its duty. Rumberg and its nuclear facilities must be properly investigated. Thank you for listening to our concerns. Now I'd like to bring my speech to a close. We stand, and will always stand, for the rights of the people of Sordland and Eastern Mercopa, just as those in other continents. If the right action is not taken, it will be quite evident that the international relations cannot continue on such a basis. No, we stand for the rights of Sordland and Eastern Mercopa and elsewhere. Skids, congrats on the shower. Long live the Alliance of Nations, unity and peace. There cannot be any more procrastination or delay. AN must adopt decisions according to the wish of the people of the world. The people of Sordland and I are honored to have expressed our concerns before this noble assembly. Peace in Mercopa, peace in the world. Some applause from the assembly, only some. Thank you. How was it, David? Was not a bad speech, you did well. Oh, I don't know. Then Dwight Walker. Kantan Security Pact expanding its influence. Mercopa invaded by Millennialists. Hegelin's occupation of Vogelsland. Maybe I should have addressed Van Horten first, and then Rumberg. Because Van Horten had a ... had the ellipses, Rumberg had just a period, the full stop. So maybe that's a sort of like syntactical hint that you can choose Van Horten then Rumberg. But if it's Rumberg, it's terminal, it is a full stop. Just jingoism against communism. Hegel taking off his shoe and banging the table with it. I have no words. The Chancellor has gone mad. What the heck? What the heck? It's getting ridiculous in here. He's not even ashamed at his age. Cantana, Arcasia with their allies could come to understanding, mutual benefit. Fail to demilitarize Hegelin. With complete dismantling of the nuclear missiles and withdrawal of the Bevelan forces, Ato will have to take matters into their own hands. Enforcing the Human Rights Declaration, well that's great, because we're all about the human rights. Most of the assembly applauded his speech. Bleh. Various, very dangerous connotations to his speech. Then Mr. Malenyev himself. Arcasia showing its unfriendly attitude, standing in the way of lasting peace, yet this peace they talk about is only possible thanks to our missiles that are growing base of the developing world. Can we not further militarize? Mostly the same as last time. Keep watching. Keep laughing, gentlemen. Communism will bury you. They might also interpret that as a threat, though, Leon. A2 intervenes, only natural, CSP reacts. Must not succumb to further division and violence. What do the people of our countries expect of us? They don't want war and bloodshed. Leave our children and grandchildren good memories of our times and a better future for all. Look at history and say, once were great divisions and complex problems, but the AN made it happy. Great speech. It's a nice speech. Massive applause from the assembly. It is troubling. Tensions are way too high. Quite scary, to be honest. Must be careful. Okay, so the last time the AN said, Swordland, your words are too provocative. If you do this again, we are kicking you out. Public opinion poll results. With the election drawing near, our staff at the Maroon Palace has conducted a poll across all Swordland. Our polls show that roughly 25% of Sword citizens will vote for us in the upcoming election. A drop, thanks to the scandal. Lesbia shows evidence of Augustlandian missiles in Hegeland. Chancellor Hegel's disgrace at the Alliance of Nations. Missiles on Hegeland. Nothing about Rumburg. Where is Rumburg's? Though I don't think that I'll need to move my money to Kairut. My future in Swordland is in doubt. Diversify my resources by keeping my money reserved safely abroad in case of an unexpected departure. You know what? Sure. I don't know how the impeachment is going to go if it does happen. Though it's probably going to be used against me. That I do have offshore bank accounts. Money transfer completed. Phone call with the Queen of Rumburg. Oh, that is new. I was in my office, waiting for the call that could potentially change the future of Eastern Mercopa. The phone started ringing. I took a deep breath as I held it to my ear. I heard the voice of the Queen of Rumburg from the other side. Mr. Rain, how pleasing it is to finally get a chance to speak with you in person. I am Queen Beatrice Livingston, Queen of the Four Quarters of Mercopa, defender of the Castle of Zarsbo, conquerors of the Tranquil Sea, stout protector of the ancient lands of Rome, descendant of the most honorable King Edward the First, and ruler of Rumburg. Aren't those titles a bit old-fashioned? Am I supposed to be impressed? This is a diplomatic call. This is business. This is politics. It is very nice to finally talk with you as well. Excellent. Now, given the circumstances, I never thought I'd be giving you a personal phone call, yet here we are. That's correct. This is Chicken Nugget Skids. That is exactly what we're going to get from her. Even after what Swordland has done, I am showing you my willingness to talk instead of cutting off communication. I did not hang up yet. That should show you my willingness to listen to your whining. You are so kind and generous. Why did you call? The only option that isn't straight up insulting her or being passive aggressive. Please listen to me carefully. This is your last chance. I am offering you a peaceful way out of your dire situation. My demands are simple. You will give us control of our stolen ancestral homelands, Esterd and Narble. Where's Esterd? That's by the border, right? There's Esterd. There's Narble. No thank you, those are ours. Those cities are surely of lesser importance to you, judging by the way your country has treated them. That is all I ask. If you fail to comply, to put it simply, we will take them by force. A war, Mr. Rain. So please, I beg you to have reason. Think of your citizens. Think of your people. Do not enter a war that you have no chance of winning. Will not lead my country to war. Peace must be maintained. You dare insult me. Your time is over, Your Highness. Along with your country. I will see you on the battlefield. I will not lead my country to war. I'm not going to advance and give you casus belli to defend yourself. What is your casus belli for attacking me? I am very glad you see it our way. Do you comply with my demands? You must be joking. I have a duty to protect this nation. I will not sell pieces of it. A pity, really. At least my conscience is clear. I have given you a chance and you refused. You have failed your people. War it is then, Mr. Rain. You will regret your decision to your last breath. The lion dropped dead, and just like that, the Rumburg War had begun. Excuse me. Private meeting with David Wessey. Rumburg closes all diplomatic channels. Am I really locked in? Blocked all incoming and outgoing communication. Intelligence and army reports the troop movements in the border are indicating a preparation for an invasion. Maybe there's still chance. Maybe we can still get the international community to interfere. Just hold the border and wait for them. And if not, we can see how robust the load last checkpoint option is. If it's only the last checkpoint, or if it's nested. David, oh no, it's just David retiring. It is David retiring, isn't it? Yes, David, please come in. Retiring on the eve of war. First of all, thank you for your time. Anything for you, David. War is truly upon us. It must be taking a toll on you. Just like it did to me all those years ago. But of course, I won't presume to understand what you're going through right now. I was never the leader of a nation during wartime after all. Only interested in the results of this war, nothing more. Honestly, I am tired, David. I am tired of it all. Oh, I know the feeling. Trust me, I know. Sometimes you just want to throw away all the responsibility and escape. Perhaps into the wilderness, perhaps into the sea. Would be nice, but I can never do that. Just like David, gonna be doing this until I'm 90. Men of power are bound by duty. Then he retires, what a privilege. Had a chance to watch my student grow into a fine and strong leader in my lifetime. What a privilege indeed. You had brought reform to Swordland. You, my student, actually did it. You don't know how proud I was to be alongside you. Still can't believe I did it. Wouldn't be possible without you. This is only the beginning. Much more awaits on the horizon. Rumburg waits on the horizon. You had the capability to do so much more. But he must retire. A conversation? Near a newspaper stand? You know, in the bad timeline, newspaper stands were exclusively used to hoard guns for shooting people up in the streets. It piqued my interest. I kept listening. They were talking about you. They were calling you a die-hard millennialist. What do you think about that? They weren't wrong. I am a die-hard millennialist. I refuse to be called a millennialist. We're not going with Leon's version of communism. We're going for more democratic socialism, a transitionary thing that at least uses the national wealth for the benefit of the people and only does two better things. But why not? They're not wrong. Not wrong in the slightest. Achievement unlocked, millennialist. My father, Arthur S. Wessey, used to say, always know yourself. It's good to know what you do. So the elections are fast approaching. How are you feeling about your chances? We were doing good up until the scandal. Can't say for sure, but I am hopeful. Good, what a leader should say. And now he retires. Yep, he's getting old. He physically cannot do this. He's irreplaceable. But he's been at this for his entire life. He's getting old. Isn't physically capable to serve. Bones aching, hand shaking. David will be missed. You've been a mentor, teacher, and friend. Thank you for your service to this country. An honor, Mr. President. Hug him. He gets a hug. Now, about that war going on, is it possible at all Marcel Caronti endorsed President Rain. Is that going to help, though, with the Marcel Caronti scandal? Minority poll results. Opinion polls on minority voter groups have been very positive, especially from the Buddhist citizenry of the country. Thanks to a relaxed immigration law, their votes have a larger impact on the election. Women for Rain. The recent polls suggest a surprising amount of support from women in Sordland. 53.4% of women said they will vote for President Rain due to the improvements in the women's rights situation. Agnolia puts forward bid to join ADO. That happens anyway. So there is still going to be build-up. Vagosland Army stands ready. Hereby reiterates its commitment to our alliance with Sordland. Vagoslandian Army stands ready to fight alongside our brothers whatever may come. If Sordland wishes to call upon Vagosland, we will answer. Existence of nuclear weapons in Rumburg confirmed. AN Intelligence has confirmed that the information from the Rumburgian whistleblower was true. Rumburg does have nuclear weapons capable of threatening Sordland and Eastern Mercopa. Alliance of Nations ratified a barrage of sanctions on Rumburg by the member states. What is Rumburg going to do? Declaring war, feeding its military machine with sanctions and no money coming in. USP Congress cancelled. In light of the encroaching war with Rumburg, the USP Congress will not happen this year. Take that, Lilius Graf. President Anton Rain retains his position as party leader and will represent United Sordland as a presidential candidate in the coming elections. Okay, so I'm thinking, right? I didn't really need Gloria's votes after all. We do end up pushing a weaker, cheaper women's rights bill through the assembly if Gloria isn't my vice president, but it still pushes women's rights through. Clavin obstructing is worthless because the reformists in the party are basically nobody. He's a puppy. But with Walter Tusk in jail, possibly for life, the only one who could blow the whistle on the Caronti affair would be Lucian. So if I go with Lucian for VP, I don't really lose out on much, because there's only one significant vote that I want to push through. The Blutish thing, and what's the word? Releasing the political prisoners was a presidential decree that doesn't have to go through the assembly. So yeah, it looks like there's no real reason for me to not have gone pollution. And if I do avoid the scandal, that's one less thing to worry about. No risk of impeachment. We got sanctions on Rumburg. Filling in the outline for round 3. Lilius Graf challenges Anton Rain. They're too late. The Congress is on hold. Workers' Party coming strong. Lech and his Workers' Party of Blodia is showing great promise according to latest polls. After Ezra's poisoning, the party has been rising in popularity, even in major cities outside of Bergia, such as Lochhaven, Gessard, and Volgan. Hey, Robbie. Oh no. Oh, I hate when that happens. When you watch the ad from starting the stream, and then you can't be too sure, can you, that you're actually watching the stream from the point it should be at after the ad. So you pause, and how it's supposed to work is that if you watch the ad, you're good, no ads for however long. But that it gives you the second ad anyway. I think Twitch knows exactly what it's doing, and they just want more ad revenue. It's also why I blame the frequent video download error, encoding error, please reload, what a surprise, now you get 5 ads in 5 minutes. They know, but how could we stop them? We're powerless. Swedish Foreign Minister retires. Rumburg possesses nuclear weapons. During the Alliance of Nations session, President Rain has claimed that Rumberg possessed nuclear weapons. Today, the investigation committee tasked by the AN has found evidence that President Rain was in fact saying the truth. Rumberg has nuclear weapons. So what does this mean for Eastern Rakopa? In the region, Rumberg has always been one of the strongest military powers, and also one of the most threatening, which secures them a position of being a key player. Topor Games. Dang, hello. Hello to you. Thank you for the game and the follow. It's a beautiful game, I love it. In the region, Rumberg has always been one of the strongest military powers, and also a threatening key player. Possession of nuclear weapons by such a country not only threatens their neighbors and longtime rival Sordlin, but also nations that are farther away from their immediate reach. Rumberg's new status as a nuclear power will make them a force to be reckoned with. Balance of the world is about to change once again. Should be alright though, we got sanctions. Friday afternoon in the office. I'm a sucker for politics and such, but it's a lie, isn't it? The politics is a trick to trap the player into very human stories, and I love it. Door opened and Lucian entered. Mr. President, there is a problem. Another one, Lucian. Well, there's no USB Congress, so he's not supporting Grass this time. Graf? What kind of problem, Lucian? Oh, because the scandal broke out. Anti-corruption people are still going to retire. Pascal, maybe. Maybe Morgna. They're in the White Room, please follow me. Oh no. What's so urgent? What is it about? Simon! Hold up. We got the economy in green. Why would Simon want to retire? We maxed out the economy. Balanced the budget. Why is Simon here? Last time he quit because he took personal responsibility for the Great Swedish Depression. Pascal's here, that's fine, I expected that. Good evening, gentlemen. Mr. President, here to let you know that we're handing you our resignations. What's got Simon, though? What is the meaning of this? Can we work something out? At least with Simon, maybe. He's my money man. Afraid we can't calm down. Sorry, Mr. President, but this is the end of the road. Cannot go on anymore after what happened. What happened? What are your reasons? How can I help you better? Everyone in this room has already made a decision, won't turn back. Acted against the epidemic, gave him money, even the things I did behind closed doors shook me to the bones. Okay, so since the only bill I have to worry about passing the assembly this late into the game is the women's rights thing, passing a watered-down version should be possible to take Lucian, which would at least prevent Benewell from retiring. May have your reasons, but that is for the greater good. But that reasoning leads to more atrocious actions. Atrocious. What about Simon, though? Pascal I'm fine with, but why him? I find myself too ideologically different to work as a minister of the economy for this. But Simon! But that is what made Simon incredible. He was ideologically opposed, but he still made it work. Is this a crisis of faith? I showed him that a planned economy can actually work, can undo Black Tuesday, fix the recession, max out that green bar, and now he doesn't know what to believe and has to go find himself in the world? If so, I'll accept that. I'll accept that, and will always welcome him back with open arms, because he has been one of the best members of the cabinet that this administration has seen. I love him. Decisions we made have proven that to me. No one to leave my seat, resign at the end of the term. It has been a pleasure. But Simon! At least, Simon, could we overcome our differences? Things are already in motion. These are good people. Simon has done nothing but support the nation, even in the disastrous first playthrough, even in the very socialist playthrough this time around. Pete's elsewhere. Pascal, that's fine. He was a bit too into privatization, even after giving him money. Heart in the right place, head in the wrong place. Not as much of a hurt, but sorry to see Simon go. His departure wouldn't be felt. Ugh. No matter how I John Malkovich Anton Rain, he's still hurting. He still feels bruised. Pascal wasn't that useful. The departure of the money man who made the economy work wouldn't be felt. The man who prevented the polio epidemic wasn't all that useful. Good riddance. He's just speaking out of heartache. That's what it is. He doesn't mean it. Wave of resignation strike the Rain administration. That's gonna hurt my re-election results. Or possibility. Future of Rain's cabinet. Resignation, who's on Rain's side now? Same folks left. David's still sticking around, but that's like... If I count David as a loss, that's legit half of our people. Ouch. Okay, so... Lilius Graff are gonna lose anyway, because she is a hardcore fascist solist, and will definitely not stand by us. Simon, I'm afraid to say, is going to leave. But at least we might keep Pascal, if we don't let our corruption see the light of day. More plans for round 3. Monica and Dina. Well, here we go though, because last time the mood here was completely somber. Lost the election, made a joke of ourselves at the... Not that lost the election, well, we did. Couldn't reform the Constitution. Recession became depression. Lost the election for USP leadership. Family was begging me to just retire. But what about now when everything's going great? More guards outside my complex than usual. Hi, Papa. Hug her. Hug the precious daughter. Opened my arms to embrace my daughter. She hugged me back happily. How was school today? Dina shrugged. I won a prize at the science fair. Honestly, I think they were teaching girls different stuff before. 'Cause they knew girls were smarter than boys. She is right. Absolutely right. At least Dina's already feeling the changes of our education reforms. Mom isn't there. I gotta do some homework before dinner. I followed her with my eyes as she went upstairs. She was starting to look more and more like her mother. Stepped into the kitchen. Monica was stirring a pot on the stove. Ooh, oh that's right. Hugging her from behind went bad after the assassination. But tensions are not tense. Give her a hug. She screamed and dropped her ladle still. Oh. When she realized it was me, she smiled and gave me a kiss on the cheek. Still a positive change in this timeline. Sorry, Anton, I guess I've been on edge lately. Why don't you go fix yourself a drink in the living room? I'll let you know when dinner's ready. At least I can't fail the family. I sat down in the living room, poured myself a bit of whiskey, and flipped through one of Monica's women's magazines. It took me a second to realize Monica herself was on the cover. The headline, Swordland's Woman of the Year. Okay, maybe the scandal is worth it, because I am making things better for the women and everybody else. Instead of a watered-down women's rights bill, it's a comprehensive one, and everyone's gonna benefit. Dina came rushing back down the stairs and made a beeline for the coffee table. She picked up her pencil case. Almost forgot that. Frank never took his studies so seriously. What do you hear from your brother these days? Not much. He writes me letters sometimes. Papa, are we bourgeoisie pigs? Not a five can do with it. She's precious, I love her. And Frank. Monica appeared in the doorway. She smiled at the two of us. Dinner's ready. The three of us gather on the dining table. Monica ladled out bowls full of zabla. The stew tasted as good as it smelled. Wanted to say something? Raise your glasses. It's family. Don't gotta be so formal. Past 4 years, hard on all of us, hardest of my life, tested our strength as a family. So busy focusing on the needs of the Swordish people that I sometimes forgot about Soda's most important family, my own wife and daughter, Frank already forgotten. I haven't been there for either of you as much as I should have. Grateful to both of you for supporting me through it all. So proud of us for getting through it all together. 1 or 4 sounds really good. I think I'd be happy choosing either of them. So proud of us, getting through all of it together. Deserve some time off together as a family. We deserve to celebrate. That could mean time off, but everyone loves celebration. Monica's eyes were shining. Plenty of time for that, because I'm retiring for politics at the end of this term. Once the election's over, taking you both on holiday. Monica smiled. She's not begging me to retire this time. Honey, you had your chance. Politics just isn't for you. I'd like that. What about you, Dina? Yeah, can Frank come too? Of course. Yes. Let's wait for a break in his schedule. Where are we gonna go? Ladies' choice. I think that's fair. They have been on the sidelines ever since the entirety of Anton's time as a politician, as president. This is their time to shine. Monica and Dina grinned at each other. Can we finish dinner now? Of course. The three of us ate and animatedly discussed our holiday plans. Once we cleared our plates, I went to my study. I still had work to do. Oh, wait. Wait. This is when Yosef knocked on my door last time. But there is no Yosef. There's no game cut short. We still had Rumberg. There's still a game to go, isn't there? USP PFJP coalition enters the election, reinforcing concerns that the United Sworden Party of Colonel Tarkin Sol has truly lost its way. The USP is entering the election with its new coalition partners in the People's Freedom and Justice Party. This all but ensures that the USP will enter the election stronger. But at what cost? The PFJP can't steal the 57 election from Rain. USP has strayed so far from its founder's original vision that if Rain and the PFJP are given 4 more years on Maroon Palace, Sworland might become too unrecognizable. Considering the state of the country that inherited, and the state it's in now, is that really a bad thing? We don't even have violent protests. New coalition, a sure thing to win the election. We can call this one today, folks. The USP's alliance with the opposition has cemented the party's chances for a victory on election night. Our completely unbiased polls show that an overwhelming majority of Swords plan to vote for the new coalition, sending President Rain cruising back to the Maroon Palace for another productive and eventful 4 years. This is the Sworden today saying that, so I can't really take that as a guarantee. If they convince the people, great. Hope is not lost. In today's Communist Party rally, the CPS leader, Dennis Stoller, made a speech to the largest crowd he ever assembled. Tens of thousands came together in Volgan to give their support to the CPS leadership. In his speech, they may have censored us from the press, bullied us on the streets, took our votes away from us, but hope is not lost. They may have arrested us, tortured us, and killed us, but they could never silence us. This year, CPS will form the government, and I will transform this nation, said Stoller. Alright, we are seeing completely uncharted territory now. Unless Rumberg War Planning Meeting. So even with the sanctions on Rumberg, war still has to begin. Alright. At least maybe having a strong economy might fit our military systems. We have Volgosland as our only ally. But that's alright. If we fail, that's just more data points for round 3. And no CSP backing this time either. I arrived at the Ministry of Defense and entered the war room to discuss the war plans with the General Staff. I had never seen this room so packed with people. Every single top-ranking general and admiral in Swordland was in attendance. And how's the state of my military? No disgruntled generals at least, no unruliness. Adequate equipment. UC naval visits, but that's it. Internal security, large reservist pool, experienced generals. So not much. Not much to help us out here. In addition to the military officers, their assistants were spread out around the room. They stopped their chatter immediately and saluted me. Yosef was standing over the table, arranging tokens atop an oversized map of Swordland and Rumburg. He walked up to me and saluted. Mr. President, at ease, gentlemen. The general sat down, and I took my seat at the head of the table. I looked around. General Balkan nodded at me. Yosef stood up and picked up an extendable pointer from a shelf on the wall. The chattering among the staff began again. Yosef extended the pointer and loudly hit the map on the table, right in its center. Silence! The room immediately went quiet. Everyone had their attention on Yosef. He turned to me. Mr. President, may I begin? Please do. Very well. Everyone in this room has read the reports that the Queen of Rumburg is getting ready for a nationwide speech in 2 weeks. Okay, so we still have time then. Maybe there's still an opportunity to get the IC involved. We have credible intel that she will be announcing a declaration of war against Swordland. The Rumburgian troop movements the last 24 hours indicate that they are bolstering their frontline strength. The time has come. Mr. President, at this point, we are sure that they are preparing for a large-scale invasion. Faith in our soldiers will persevere? I don't know about that. To say that I am worried would be an understatement. This will surely make us the enemy of the Queen. But if we triumph, she won't matter enough for us to worry about. If we triumph. She is out for blood, that's for sure. They think they will emerge victorious. But let's prove her wrong. How does our military strength compare to theirs? Give it to me straight. What are the odds of success? How soon will they commence the attack? Judging from their movements and the insider information we have received, we have 2, maybe 3 weeks if we're lucky. Okay. Considering late 1950s communication technology, maybe we'll be able to get the AN to interfere. Hopefully. We got their eyes on the nukes, but didn't get them to dismantle Rumburg's decades of military expansion. There was a collective gasp for some of the general's assistants. And how does our strength compare to theirs? It's garbage. The estimates put their active military personnel at around 900,000 to 1 million. Meanwhile, we have approximately 350,000 soldiers on the ground. It's alright, we're only 1/3 their strength. As for the Air Force, our estimates put the number of aircrafts in their fleet around 700, and they're probably not all just propeller planes either. We have approximately 410 planes, of which 140 are state-of-the-art jets. Our fleet currently totals up to 60 ships and approximately 60,000 sailors. Fortunately, the main theater of war will be on land, so their navy will have limited impact. I predict that they will try to block our seaports, reducing our trade and disrupting our supplies. Meanwhile, Rumburg has around 110 ships, and according to our latest intelligence reports, high-tech submarines as well. Woof. Regrettably, we don't have an estimate on how many submarines they have. the Queen has ensured her royal submarines are under the state secrecy. Thus, our intelligence officers are having a hard time spotting them. Overall, their numbers may seem superior, but I would like to remind everyone that wars are not won with numbers alone. Yosef glanced over at the generals and stopped at Falcon. He shook his head. Give it to me straight. What are the odds of our success with our outdated, bloated, but still diminished military, and only one ally in the entire sphere? Odds of success. Let me tell you something, Mr. President. Rumburg doesn't have any idea what or who they are dealing with. We will destroy their armies and send them back to whatever hellhole they came from. Some of the generals laughed. Rest assured, Mr. President, I am more than confident that we will win. Well, we do have experienced generals, and good leadership does turn the tide really well. So who knows? Maybe, since I didn't have to purge the staff this time, or couldn't, to be more accurate, maybe that could be a tipping point, that we do have experienced generals who do know what they're talking about, that do have experience. Good. Now we have to talk about our defensive strategy. Let's begin with the land forces. And a very, very broad border with Rumburg. That's, what was it? 350,000 troops to spread from Uzurin all through Nargis and all across Angolan to the Agnolia border? We currently have the 1st Army deployed at Esterd to reinforce the border. This is the place it will most likely attack from. 2nd Army is setting by at Laren for a possible assault from the north. The 6th Army is currently garrisoned in Narbol awaiting orders. Due to the potential of an invasion, all 3 armies have been undergoing rigorous drills, especially during the past few months. That, at least, is something we do have readiness. They are prepared to fight and die for their country, Mr. President. Good. That gives me some confidence. You have done well, generals. No need for flattery, just doing our duty. Now, let's start discussing our path to victory in this war. Our top strategic location is Thornburg, Rumburg's capital and the Queen's residence. Needless to say, if we manage to capture the Queen, the war will end, just like chess. If she flees Thornburg before we get there, the chances of capturing their capital, can we still win without capturing Thornburg? Can we? If we can't do it, it will become a war of attrition. Whether we could outlast them depends on our economy. Oh my goodness, hold on. We have a maxed out economy. They have sanctions. Maybe I do want to just play defensively then, and wear them out. Which will probably hurt our economy just as hard. But we got the money. We got money pouring in. We got trade everywhere. We got stability. They got sanctions. That might just be the plan then. So if we simply we can devote our navies to protect our ports, keep our waters clear. We don't know their subs, so every boat on the water actively, Vogelslind, since they're the only ally we have, to reinforce troops on the border, at least keep them out of the country, push them out, keep them in Rumburg, and wait for sanctions to kick in, and the Queen's inability to finance this war, to force them to capitulate. That might be it, because I don't see myself going on the offensive with one ally, unknown subs, a broad border, and few troops. And outdated tech. Our tanks were breaking down during the military parade. That does not strike confidence in me. What if she flees Thornburg before we get there? I am a proud soldier of Swordland, Mr. President. I'd rather die than give up Holsword to invaders. And I know a prideful person when I see one. If we strike fast, we can capture the capital and the Queen before she comes to her senses. Our chances of capturing the capital? There might be an opportunity to push Thornburg after we capture Zarsburg. Where's Zarsburg? Krimsrod, Zarsburg. I see Dome. Must be further inland. But we are ahead of ourselves. We'll get to that when we discuss the war plan. Other objectives. Aside from Thornburg, the location that we must capture to even have a chance to win this war is Salzburg. Salzburg is the intersection of Rumberg's complex railway system. If we take it, we'll have more options on both the offensive and the defensive. Okay, alright, so I can see pushing to Saarburg at least, and then holding the line, cutting off the rail network here, preventing more troops from being trained in. And that would take pressure off our broad border. Consolidates a three-pronged front to just one defensive stronghold. I like that. Another strategic location is Dome, but I opted not to get the alliance with Agnolia. They're in the perfect position to just march over, retake Dome since that was theirs. But I thought, oh no, if I ally with Agnolia, that's gonna make Hezbollah more of an issue. Capturing Dome will prevent us from becoming surrounded and cut off the east. From the east. It will also reduce the battle line we have to cover with our limited numbers. We do have allies that could aid us, but I see no point. Kruger, that is your pridefulness. We need all the help we can get. We can fend them off easily with low morale conscripts. That's ridiculous. We can't fend them off alone. We need help. You are talking about fighting against 1 million men. 1 million. Very well. We'll call our allies to war. We have begun communication already. Now we can make it official. At any rate, this is what we are dealing with. Before Yosef could continue, a soldier walked in and handed him a note. Mr. President, David Wussy has requested to join the war planning session. Let him in. As you wish, because David is sticking with us to the end of the term. If David could use his incredible diplomatic intelligence to maybe give us an out. I do like the plan of calling in Volgosland, holding Salzburg, and waiting them out until their economy completely tanks and they have to surrender. But since we do have and have had international community pressure on Rumberg, if David can give me a way to capitalize on that, then we won't have to spend anything in money, lives, or time in the first place, I hope. Mr. President, so you're not retiring after all? I assure you I am, Mr. President, but your term has not ended yet, and you clearly still use my guidance. Anton, please allow me to assist in the war plans. Happily. What kind of guidance are you talking about? Of course I lack the military knowledge of our esteemed generals, but I do know people, Mr. President. Especially our own people, and our allies. Beneficial though our foreign partners may be, I would still advise you keep a close eye on them. Are you afraid they might backstab us? The only ally we have is Volgosland, and they, I think, would be content with Hezbollah Island. We help them out. They have it now. No, they wouldn't dare. The international repercussions would be far too high. David gracefully motioned to Yosef to step aside. He was now at the head of the table. I'm sure that our allies would agree to fight by our side. However, depending on our plans and our past interactions with them, some may be committed more than others. Why is he talking in the plural? He has a point, Mr. President. It is worth keeping that in mind. This is exactly why we shouldn't involve them. Let's move on to our war strategy. Our first objective is taking Salzburg. Do continue. How are we taking the city? What are the plans to take Salzburg? Same question. How are we taking the city? There are 3 options on the table at the moment. One is to simply dig in and endure the first wave of attacks. then retaliate after they are weakened. They have a possible million to our 350,000. I'm not sure, Kruger. Kruger, what do you mean after they are weakened? Our second option is to launch a full-scale offensive on Salzburg. We will strike at them hard and fast before they have the chance to draw first blood. Which is insane, in my opinion. Our third option is to do a pincer attack to wipe out their forces, then march towards Salzburg. In any case, our soldiers of the main armies are well drilled and prepared to carry out any strategy we choose. Though our armed forces have been reduced in size, they are all well equipped for war. Anything from our allies yet? Cause I don't know about a pincer attack if it's just me by myself, and maybe Kruger might have a point if digging in and enduring is holding on to our borders, waiting for the sanctions to hurt their military through the economy, and then push forward. That could work. Especially if we have Volgoslin backing us up. Have we heard anything from our allies yet? The Chancellor of Volgoslin has sent us his regards. His regards? But what about his material support? I have my own doubts about the Millenniavists' commitment to the war. However, their massive navy enables interesting strategic options. We could ask them to transport their marine army to support us on our front. Cool, I like that. With their navy patrolling the Barkian Sea, we could enjoy the protection from any Rumburg naval attacks. Another strategy to entertain is to have them launch an amphibious landing of their army on Rumburg's eastern coast. Really? This will create a new front, away from their southern deployments, drawing pressure away from our front. However, we are still vulnerable to Rumburg's navy, especially their submarines. Let us hope our own naval forces are up for the task of protecting the sea lanes. Thing is, they might have been in the previous timeline, when officially joined the CSP, did upgrade the navy, but we don't have that benefit this time around. And I don't think the Katanan fleet in Conriat is going to help out somebody who denied joining their alliance. However, the Hegelen Island is still a problem for them. If our navy is not prepared to deter Agnolia from retaking the island, Volgoslin might pull their troops back. Oh, there we go then. As exciting as distracting them on the eastern front would be, if I have the sum of their navy go to eastern Rumburg, and if my troops are patrolling our bays and cities and coasts for submarines, Agnolia is going to take Hegelen. So for Volgoslin, I think the best plan is to have the marine presence shipped across to the front lines, and then their boats are still here. Ships together, patrolling our waters, patrolling the Hegelen. How is digging in and waiting for them to attack a good option? When they launch their initial offensive, our soldiers and tanks will be entrenched in strategic and well-fortified positions. Let them throw their manpower at our impenetrable line of defense. We will grind down their armies that they are so proud of. With their pride shattered, the morale low, and their line disorganized, we will launch an all-out assault to strike the finishing blow. Which makes no sense. You are handing them time and motivation to come up with a plan to attack us. They outnumbered us, Yosef. With this move, we will destroy, or at worst, limit, the effectiveness of their advantage. We don't have the manpower to cover the entire border. We can always push the reservists forward to fill in the gaps of the battle line. They are untrained soldiers with little experience. We cannot rely on them to hold the line for long. Haven't I always said that untrained, low-morale reservists, trainees basically, are basically just body bags? Gendarmerie, maybe, is still under the Ministry of Defense. The Gendarmerie can be deployed on the mainland as well to support the war effort. They are a police force, Falcon. Their skills will certainly be abused during the war, but they shouldn't join the front line as common soldiers. They shouldn't, but if we had to, we are enjoying an unprecedented time of peace and stability. Even organized crime has taken a tiny dip due to my anti-corruption efforts. So if we had to use a Gendarmerie, I don't see why not. They wouldn't be attacking per se, they'd just be policing our entrenched border, keeping illegal invasions out. Totally within their job description. Why can't we just launch an attack on Salzburg? If we choose to assault Salzburg, our first step will be to have our bombers strike them on the front lines. Okay, so we are doing an air raid first. More precisely, at strategic points on the path to Salzburg from Esterd. Our tanks will come in and puncture their defensive at Krimsrad, followed up by our soldiers. As Krimsrad follows up along the rail path. After penetrating their line, we will race for Salzburg, threatening an encirclement of their forces, which all sounds much easier than it is. Let me remind you that we are butting heads with an army far larger than ours. And they have planes that outnumber ours as well. We've got, what, 140-something state-of-the-art jets? They can cover their weaknesses in the line rapidly, which will leave our troops that are pushing through isolated. Our planes will bomb them to smithereens. Kruger, they've proven they have anti-plane missiles and technology. With what air force? We'll be overwhelmed by Rumberg's planes the moment they take off. Without air superiority, our troops will have a tough time on the field. Very, very true. Tell me more about the pincer attack. Okay, doing the math right. If I'm going to do a third playthrough, and avoid Black Tuesday, with some sacrifice. Let's see. I could avoid -2 budget from a couple of things early on. But if I give money to the military too, in order to maintain numbers and equipment and modernization of the Air Force as well maybe, without having to join the CSP or ATO. I don't know. If I put money to the military, even with the current calculus I have for round 3, that might still trigger Black Tuesday. But at least I know that Black Tuesday can be survived with my current plan that you'll enjoy doing. It might be possible to fund everything, and still come out ahead. We will feint at an assault on Krimsrad, with the full intention of tricking the enemy. Casualties are expected to a certain extent, so that Rumberg does not become suspicious of our real intentions. When they believe they are winning, they will push for Esterd. With their confidence so high, they will never expect the 2nd Army from the east and the 6th Army from the west, which are holding their striking positions. At the moment they capture Esterd, they will pull the trigger. Our bombers will strike at the logistical hubs behind them, after which we'll attack Esterd from all 3 sides. Attack Esterd from returning poor Esterd into a battleground. It might be necessary. So it's basically drawing them, turning our highway and rail line into a funnel, and Esterd into a kill zone. That's going to be hard for the people and industries of Esterd though. But it might be necessary, it might be onto it. Destroying the enemy forces. While Rumberg is recovering from its losses, Salzburg will be ripe for the taking. That's the time for us to immediately launch a counter-offensive towards Salzburg and take the city. I don't know, he's kind of convincing me of this. Are you mad, General? Letting Rumberg's invaders into Swordland? Might as well invite the Queen to tea in Holsword while you're at it. Furthermore, our reservists are new soldiers. News of the initial defeat will damage their morale, which might collapse our eastern front in England. That is why I advised us to remove mandatory conscription. We could possibly let our troops know the attack is a distraction, but loose lips sink ship said that these guys are all wet behind the ears on military discipline. I don't know. They might not have good OPSEC either. Why don't we have the generals let them in on our strategy? And jeopardize the whole plan by having it leaked to Rumberg spies. No, Mr. President, it is too risky. Oh no, I have to choose now. I guess it's too late for the international community to get involved beyond the initial sanctions. Decision on the first phase. Digging down and inviting them to certain death certainly is an option. We do have the strong economy and they have sanctions. Fight smarter if we're weaker. Yosef's pincer plan. Marching towards Zarsburg without weakening them first isn't going to work. Sure, we have bombers, but they have anti-air missiles. They have the stronger air force. They have the air superiority. It's going to have to be one or two. I suppose, though, if we do have the Navy Marines of Bogosland supporting us, that we might actually get the pincer attack to work. Bit of a feint here. Oh no, take some losses, retreat, retreat, retreat. Funnel them after us. Crimsrod to here, then everyone else piles in. We don't really have much in terms of numbers or allies. Do I want to trust in Bogosland to support the pincer, or trust the sanctions and my economy to wait out the front? We do have the Gendarme. We do have Bogosland. This is a toughie. You know what? If I fail it here, at least we get intel for round 3, don't we? Would pincer be possible with Bogosland? They gotta boat their guys over, that takes time. Probably boat them over to Lockhaven, and they'll be right there. Train them up, truck them up, then hide them over in Basquel and Tullery. Maybe then wait at Narble, or at the very least hold the line elsewhere. I feel like this is guaranteed for where I am at this point of the game, and this is more of a risk. Maybe if I had Agnolia as a neighbor, as an actual ally, and not just an economic partner. Good relations at least, despite everything, but not allied. Then they could just truck right in. Or maybe could even have them distract things in Dome, have them annex and occupy Dome, while we do our pincer attack. Alright, though we have the economic capability to survive holding the front, I don't want to risk the economy and draw out the war any more than it has to be. That we maxed out the economy 10 out of 10 is incredible. Going to keep it and see if I can't end this war ASAP with a pincer attack. Excellent. So we're doomed then. The decision is already made, Balkan. On to our allies then. Shall we ask Vogsland to assist us in England? Gotta. Need to focus on that front. It's our only chance of survival. Yosef and I signed the plan documents for the first phase of the war and headed them off to the nearest soldier. So, let's assume at this point we have Zarsburg in our hands. This is just the first step. From this point on, it will be harder, since you're going deep into hostile territory. I see two options for us to move forward. We can continue pushing towards Thornburg and capture the Queen, or turn our attentions towards Dome. We risk being flanked from the east with either strategy, but it's a risk we must take. Our industrial production and trade lanes will be crucial at this point of the war. We do have good production. Wait, do we? But the trade is great. Our military production is at all-time low right now. We lack supplies in some units. We can also secure necessary supplies via trade. We need to make sure the Markian Sea is under our naval control during the war. Can do. What about allies? We've only got the one, and Vogelsland is already committed to England. If we choose to push towards Thornburg, it needs to be quick and decisive. It is unwise to take any of our allies with us. We can either have them stay and defend our flank in Salzburg, or assault Dome. I think keeping pressure on Salzburg would be the best thing. Going for Dome might spread us too thin. Unless we consider Salzburg is a given. We could all just leave, us two wherever, and Vogelsland to the east. And that leaves the remaining whatever million soldiers to filter back into Salzburg, maybe push on down, while we busy ourselves up at the capital, over in Dome. How will we take Thornburg? Why can't we just defend Salzburg from this point on? That is out of the question, Mr. President. It will leave us out of the open and susceptible to a Rumberg pincer attack. They can strike us from all three directions, north, west, and of course east from Dome. Elaborate then on the strategy around Dome. Dome and Salzburg are excellently linked logistically. There's a roadway between the two cities, just like the L1 between Lockhaven and Holsworth. This will aid us in transporting military supplies and troops. Alright, so logistically it'll be easy. We can easily launch an assault on Dome within half a week after taking Salzburg. With that said, control of the rail system is key because Rumberg can utilize it as well. If they can withstand our assault, they can launch a counter-offensive with ease from the direction of Dome to retake Salzburg. We would lose everything we had gained so far. However, with the capture of Dome, there will be no need to take Thornburg. Alright, I kinda like that because Thornburg is deeper in. But if I take Salzburg and Dome somehow, that's pretty much cutting them off, then we could wait. Instead of a full border front, we have them going for Salzburg and Dome at the same time to retake their logistics and force projection. I can dig it. And we'll have Vogelsland helping us out, so one of us could stay in Salzburg, the other in Dome, and then back each other up. It would be too late to attack anyway. Rumberg would either reinforce her southern defense, or the Queen would come to her senses and flee the capital. Even if we manage to capture Thornburg without their Queen, we won't be able to hold it during the winter. Our supply lines will be too stretched out for that. However, with two of the largest cities in our hands, we can lay out a defensive line, especially around Dome. They took it from Magnolia because the oil fields surrounding it, sanctions, and taking the oil fields. They'll be doomed in Dome. Their industrial sector has since heavily relied on them. With their oil supply cut, they won't have the fuel for their huge war machine, and their economy will slowly collapse. We will be effectively choking them until they capitulate. I've been convinced. Let's do it. But we have to consider the defenses in and around the city of Dome. Ever since they took it from Magnolia, they have been building up fortifications in case of Magnolian attempt to retake the city. Furthermore, due to the length of the operation to take Salzburg, they will come to the realization that Dome is our next target. Alright, so we send Vogelsland to Dome, because Vogelsland has the larger military and a more modern military. They are best equipped to unentrench it. And heck, maybe we'll get the chance to return Dome to Agnolia? If it's Volglandian troops returning Dome to Magnolia, how diplomatic is that to make up for Vogelsland taking Hegeland back? There is no guarantee that we can take a well-reinforced and fortified city while holding the line at the western and the northern fronts. The Gendarmerie and the reservists can stay behind and protect our flank from Salzburg. True. But if we take Thornburg, how? After Salzburg is taken, the enemy will be in shock, and the morale will be low. Hence, opening up a brief window of opportunity for us to march towards Thornburg. However, if we hesitate, even for a moment, this window will close. Even worse, the enemy will realize that we are overextending and will try to cut us off. This will leave the bulk of our army isolated in the cold north. With the state of our army, we can't do it. Simply not going to happen. If we had modernized a lot more, then yes, I could take this risk. As much as I want to crush all Rumburgian hope by taking their capital, our doctrine does not include these kinds of rapid advances. To boot, our supply line will be stretched too thin, creating a weak point that can be exploited by the enemy. Our Gendarmerie can stay behind in Salzburg to cover our flank. Already the plan. We could deploy our reserve in Salzburg to help with the defense there. Alright, I'm ready. My decision, Mr. President. We will attack Dome and lay out a defensive line. Let them come and get us. And because we have maxed economy and they have sanctions, and taking Dome will gut their economy even further. Nothing to feed their industrial machines or war machines. We might actually have hope here. You are wasting an opportunity to end this war once and for all, Mr. President. It is decided, Joseph. Very well. I will add it to our battle plan. Now, let us decide on our allies' movement during the phase. Since Vogelsland's army will be poised to act, where should we send them next? Vogelsland can surely take Dome within a week. All trust in Vogelsland. They love me there. I have full trust in them. I have helped them out at Hegeland, so they're not likely to ask for any concessions. They're anti-imperialists. They probably won't want to hold Dome themselves. They're good people. Let them take Dome. And that, gentlemen, is our plan against Rumburg. We only have one chance at victory. If we falter at any point during this war, it will be the end of Swordland as we know it. Mr. President, we will need your executive order to mobilize the forces. Joseph handed me the order and waited for me to sign the document. This is it. We're committed. I did get the EAN to put sanctions on Rumburg, but apart from that, we're on our own, just us and our one ally. It was titled Operation Fallen Crown. Sign off on it. Sign off on Operation Fallen Crown. That makes it official then. He turned to the generals in the room. We have work to do. Get back to your post immediately. The generals saluted, and the war room dispersed to begin the preparations. Only 2 people were left in the room, me and David. David, any chance of getting even further international community backing on this? David approached me. Win or lose, this will be my last great contribution to my country. David, you've earned it. Go retire. There's a nice villa that's for sale. Didn't buy it this time, so it's got your name right on it. Let's protect the Republic, Anton. That is our job, and we will succeed. David gave me a tired smile. He warmly shook my hand before moving towards the door. I stood there alone in the war room, looking at the map of Swordland laid out on the table. I picked up one of the little metal tokens on it and turned it over my hand. It represented thousands of men who are willing to die for this country. For me. I hoped I would not let them down. Oh, arrows everywhere. What's going on in Vogelsland? Vogelsland army is on its way. The Vogelsland Military Command joined with the Swordfish Military Command. Latest reports are indicating that their ships are on their way to blockade Rumburg supplies. Marines began preparations for naval invasions, with additional military support on its way to support the land troops facing Rumburg. Long as they're committed. Lesbia. Lesbia, we have the international community on our backs whole time. Better not suddenly be doing a sudden flank of opportunity thing. Lesbia urges calm for once in their lives. The Republic of Lesbia hereby reiterates commitment to peace in Eastern Mercopa. They are stealing my bit. The tensions between Rumburg and Swordland have to be prevented to escalate further. We are strongly urging calm in the region. They say, taking on Ato bases, possibly putting Ato missiles in Ravnos. Hypocrites. Proclamation of war. In order to address the decades-long atrocities committed by Swordland once and for all, effective immediately, Her Majesty Queen Beatrice Livingston declares that a state of war exists in between the kingdoms of Rumburg and Swordland. Even after Void giving her all the casus bellis that she was trying to egg on with us. Lockhaven. Bogoslandian armies arrived in Lockhaven already. The mayor of Lockhaven has reported that Bogoslandian transport ships have docked at the port, and their troops are moving to the front line. However, certain citizens have displayed animosity towards the Bogoslandian soldiers. Fortunately, no violence has occurred during the deployment of the troops. News, Holsword Post, nationwide mobilization order. Attention all able-bodied citizens. By law, you are required to report to the nearest Swordfish Armed Forces Recruitment Center immediately. You'll be tested for aptitude and receive your orders. On failure to abide, severe legal action will be taken. Do your duty to your nation. How's a radical going to handle this? The war wasn't my choice, radical. We are defending ourselves. Be kind. Make love, not war. Following the mobilization order issued by the government, the reality of war with Rumburg is drawing closer. We must do whatever it is possible to stop the war. If we fail to do so, thousands of people will die, all in the name of politics. Reach out to your local politicians. Tell them to fight for peace. That's kind of what we're doing. We need to prevent large-scale conflict no matter what. We do not want a future where our children will be left fatherless and motherless. We want to see a future where the people of Swordland make love, not war. Geopolitico. Rumburg prepares for an invasion. Troop deployments and movements to the Swordland-Rumburg border have increased tenfold over the previous weeks, signaling a potential hot conflict brewing. The recent nationwide mobilization order also proves that Swordland is preparing their defenses against Rumburg. Regional neighbors and the Alliance of Nations urged calm in the region with the exception of President Smolak, who was doing nothing to help out. For now, peace in Eastern Mercopa is hanging by a thread that is almost about to snap. What have we got now? Nationwide mobilization order has been issued to reinforce our man-powered pool. New recruits will be mostly serving as reserves, but we will prepare for the worst-case scenario. Approximately 1 million men have been recruited so far, and they will begin their accelerated training immediately. Accelerated training. They're gonna be so worthless in actual combat. They can tie their shoes, they'll do that. They can show up on time, in the right place, the right uniform, and that's it. If they can do that, sure, fine. The commandos will do the real work. Bogosland will do the real work. At least we'll have an occupying force. Declaration of war against Rumburg time. Is this a speech? I think we're long past the time for speeches. I was standing at the exact same podium, overlooking the Hill of Pride, unless attacked by a foreign power and then make a speech. An existential defensive war would be a good time to pump up support with the conservative Solists and the nationalists. However, the mood this time was far from cheerful. I looked at the people of Swordland below. They were gazing up at me with confusion and concern. My name was announced. I stepped forward as the cameras flashed. The crowd started clapping. Good people of Swordland, my brothers and sisters, the eternal standby. The clapping and the cheering faded to a deafening silence. As you have heard yesterday, Rumburg declared war on Swordland shortly after their dastardly attack on our sovereignty in the past months. If their damn queen thinks that they can get away with killing our soldiers, then I will tell them this: think again. Unfortunately, times of peace are coming to an end due to the aggressive actions of Rumburg. It is my duty as your president to inform you that in the coming days, our country will be targeted with more heinous attacks by our enemy. Alright, that does kind of let them know there are threats targeting us, tangible threats. They are coming, and we'll protect you, so vote Reign 57. Though I do like the diplomatic stance in too. We didn't want this, but it's going to happen. I'm going to keep feigning diplomacy. I mean, I have been using the international community and the AN to keep them at bay this long. Maybe if my language expresses a desire for peace when my own hand has been pushed, that might give more political ammo later on, if we even survive 2 peace talks. As a strong and proud Swordland, we have many enemies, because they are jealous of us, of our prosperity. Obvious points with the nationalists, but I like keeping friends outside my borders. As Swordist citizens, we have all sworn an oath to this country, and we are prepared to defend it to our last breath. The Swordish army is standing ready and vigilant to defend our country against any threat. And I will defend it with our last breath. Conservatives love that kind of talk. They are playing with fire. Let's teach them that the fire that burns inside the Swordish people is unlike any other. They've used our good intentions to maintain peace against us for too long. No, that's the opposite. Wait, no, our good intentions to maintain peace against us. No choice but to take the next steps against this unwarranted war they are instigating. Also true. They could have come up with any casus belli. This is a weak one. They dare to attack Swordland, my Swordland. There is a price to pay, and they will pay with their lives. Our people, our territory, our home is in grave danger due to the hostilities that are yet to come. The news might be worrying, but do not be afraid, Swordland, because I, Anton Rain, am here. Grandfatherly Anton Rain. Is this me, but in my own cult of personality? I promise you this, we will be victorious. I want to call on the international community to condemn this deliberate attempt to disrupt world peace. If they want war, war it is. I kind of feel like I'm talking about 2 different things here. Calling on the international community while telling my people we will prepare for war and fight to our last breath. They are giving us no other option but to declare war to protect our sovereignty. Tremble before our might. When we are done with them, we will dine in Thornburg. I have no doubts that we will emerge victorious for this senseless conflict. Gressi Swordland, Morgna Veskor Vectran Sista, victory will come. The crowd started chanting my name. Soldiers and military staff stood up and saluted me at the same time. Salute the crowd. Raise your fist. Wave your hand. Raise fist, I think, is most appropriate. I think if I could protect myself from a full-on invasion, who even cares about the election? They'll vote for me, the savior of the realm. I left the podium as the crowds roared even louder. Regardless of my bravado during my speech, I was worried about what the future would bring. I had to wait to find out. And then epilogue, we don't get to see it. Continue! Oh no, is it really epilogue time? Rumburg's ships sunk and captured Amarkian Sea. Rumburg's navy has spotted has been spotted before the Markian Sea. Even Solden's approved fleet has not been able to keep their ships entirely at bay. Reports of ships sunk in the naval battles are mounting substantially. Fortunately, the losses are mainly on Rumburg's side. With the Markian Sea primarily under Soldiers' control, we have managed to sink or capture hundreds of trade ships carrying supplies for Rumburg, some even disguised as civilian boats. Reports in Lauren. Rumburg war crimes already. In places Rumburg soldiers managed to break our defenses. They've already broken our defenses. There have been atrocious reports of war crimes. These reports outline death marches on the dislocated civilian populations and mistreatment of prisoners. According to a field commander, they did not fight like a regular army. They are fighting like a cornered animal. Their crimes will be reported to the international community for the whole world to see. Esther. That's a lot of reports. I'll save you for last then. How's Narble doing? Rumburg artillery targets destroyed. Wait, are you saying us targeting Rumburg artillery destroy those artillery? Or are the targets of the Rumburg artillery on our side destroyed? We stopped the continuous shelling of Narble by Rumburgian artillery. Okay, good. Yesterday night, we, our artillery brigades, have targeted their locations and destroyed their heavy weaponry in a counter-artillery strike. We will take this opportunity and attempt a breakthrough to create a pocket to trap enemy tanks. A tankless task, I'm sure. How's Uzuren? How are my beautiful Bloodish people? Uzuren War Report. Heavy fighting broke out as Rumburgian soldiers advanced on the defensive position in Uzuren. We have lost 87 soldiers, 2 tanks, and 14 warplanes. Only 87 soldiers, all things considered, isn't too bad, but 14 planes, oof. Rumburg's attack has been thwarted at least. The assaults are expected to continue. Behind the front line, a special operations team managed to sneak into the enemy territory and demolish the enemy anti-air systems. They were spotted by the enemy, and an airstrike struck their position. At least they did demolish the anti-air systems. They are heroes. Their names will not be forgotten, whoever they were. Alright, let's see Esterd from the top. Loud arguments in Phase 2 meeting, Battle of Esterd conclusion, Battle of Esterd, hospitals and schools bombed. From the bottom then. Hospitals and schools bombed in Esterd. Rumburg bombings runs began yesterday night. They have leveled most of the urban areas, attacking hospitals and schools alike. There is no way the international community is going to look kindly on this. There are many dead among the civilian populace. Local commanders report civilians and wounded children are inside the targeted areas. My heart. We are sending more anti-air systems to Esterd to defend the city. Boggosland is helping out, right? The troops reached Lockhaven. We had a break at Lauren. Battle of Esterd. At 7 in the morning, the Rumburg armies marched into the city of Esterd. The city was empty, its citizens having been evacuated days earlier. At 9, while the Rumburgian armies were savaging and looting what was left of Esterd, General Lancia sounded the signal for an all-out assault. At 12:45, our first wave clashed with their southern flank. At 15:13, our pincer attack started to take shape as the eastern and western armies began to enclose the enemy. The intensive fighting happened both in the sky and on the ground throughout the night. Considering these are regions that Anton Rain would have visited, schools, hospitals, developments that we put money and effort into, this is very sobering. Battle of Esterd. Conclusion. At 4 the following day, Rumburg troops defending the eastern front of Esterd routed. Our general, commanding the army of the eastern side, immediately signaled the victorious news for headquarters, and in the meantime, telegraphed the news internationally and to all propaganda spies in Rumburg. I don't know. I just thought that was funny, despite all this, all that heaviness and the dense weight of it all. And then giving the news to propaganda spies for whatever reason just cracked me up. With their shattered eastern front, their flank was exposed, and their supply lines were cut off. As we are slowly gaining ground, the Rumburg general capitulated. At 1400 hours of the same day, Sorden's flag was raised on the top of Estrid once again. This is what, 2 whole days of fighting. Hopefully that's not too much time lost. We could transfer, rush up to Salzburg, seize it, send Vogelsberg to Dome, and then wait it out economically, have them split their forces to take Salzburg and Dome, while we just sit, wait, GG, easy game. Loud arguments in Phase 2 meeting. Following the Swedish Army's successful invasion of Salzburg, we took Salzburg. Our commanding forces held a meeting in the city itself to review the battle plans of the second phase of our military operation. However, the meeting quickly devolved into loud arguments between the generals, who walked out of the room with somber faces and pessimistic projections. What is the matter? Did we not agree that we have to be decisive? Fate to Estrid did it, pincer attack did it, they even took Salzburg. What's the holdup? What is keeping us from just marching on to Dome? Economy is still great despite all this. At war. Swordland is in a state of war. Thanks for the heads up. Okay. But we did it. The pincer attack worked, we pushed forward. Still somehow holding up all of our fronts. They might have broken the line at Lauren, but with Salzburg taken, possibility of Dome taken, there's no reinforcement for Lauren. Continue. Some time later. Is it epilogue then? Is that it? Hooray, we won? At the very least, with the sanctions and Salzburg taken, that does... Oh, there's more to it. It's not over yet. What do we have? Battle of Holsword? What happened? What happened to marching on Dome? How did they push us all the way through Estrid and Lockhaven and Gessard and Rika Ellery to Holsword? What about the sanctions? Were the sanctions not enough? Were there secret ATO troops helping them out? I undid my tie slowly and rose from my seat in the protected bunker on the outskirts of Holsword. I increased the volume of the crackling radio. The enemy is advancing on us, requesting backup. We are surrounded from all sides. I repeat, we are. They are using some kind of gas. Our soldiers' eyes and ears are bleeding. We need immediate assistance on Victory Avenue. Medics. We need more medics. They are approaching the Maroon Palace. What happened? Why were the generals fighting? We won. We won in Estrid. We pushed to Salzburg. Approaching the Maroon Palace, we must protect the President at all costs. Squad 6 would initiate the final charge while barricading the palace. Please tell my wife I love her. Gressie Swordland. They are coming in through the outer gates. They killed everyone. We surrendered our weapons, but they won't stop shooting. If there is a God, I beg you, please end this. If anyone is listening right now, please. The world needs to know what is going on. This is no longer a war. This is a massacre. Squad 2 out. Okay, what on earth happened here? Things are going so well. They had a good plan. I turned the radio off and swallowed hard. Nobody knew I wasn't at the palace except for Yosef. My defense minister had sprung into action the moment Rumber began strafing Holsword. Again, how did this happen? It's the arguments, wasn't it? They couldn't agree on how to take Dome. They floundered at the most decisive moment. Smuggling me out of the palace into this remote bunker. Right now, he was monitoring communications in the adjoining room. I walked in and he saluted. The enemy is preparing to breach the palace. It is only a matter of time before they realize you are not here. How long till they find us? Are we safe here, Yosef? What do you make of the situation? That depends, sir. If your ex-secretary headed Rumberg to the palace schematics, they might know about the tunnel that leads here from the Situation Room. But even if they do, this room was built to withstand nuclear attacks. We should be safe here for the moment. The diversion at the palace should buy us some time. Of course, the question is how much time. We have lost contact with the squadron protecting the outer perimeter of the palace. Your guess is as good as my own at this point. After thanking Yosef, I went back to the main room. I breathed a sigh of relief that Monica and Dina were safely on their way to United Contana, where they would meet up with Frank. My family wouldn't be paying for my mistakes. Despite our location many meters underground, I felt the room shaking. It must have been the bombs. Yosef came out of the communications room and pulled me aside. Sir, the palace is about to fall, and one of the Rumberg combatants was overheard saying he located the tunnel entrance. Tell me, Yosef, what did I do wrong? What did I deserve this? This is the end. I order you to get us out of here immediately. We're trapped in, aren't we? Unless there's a back door to a boat by the bay or something. What are we going to do? Our hands are tied. They've got troops stationed in the woods above us. The only way to get out of this is through the palace or not at all. If I were you, I would start saying my prayers, sir. No, Skids, they are not going well at all. Despite doing so well. We got sanctions on Rumberg. We took Zarburg. How did they survive? With our economy and they're in stagnation, probably. Must have been some miscommunication with the intelligence. Maybe Volgosland wasn't willing to take Dome? Look around, get comfortable, because this room will be our grave. Barricade ourselves in and hope for the best. They only want me. I'm going to the palace. Are you mad? Do you want to run straight into the enemy sites? I'm in the enemy sites already. There's nothing we can do. I have a duty to this nation. You have shown me you are not a coward, Mr. President. It's one last battle for me then. His eyes started shining. Yes, I always wanted to go out with a bang anyway. He took off his jacket and walked over to the bunker's weapons cache, loading himself up with everything that was left. Dang, Yosef. I'll forgive you for the previous coup. I did cause violence in the streets because of the economy. You do you. He turned to me and gave me his handgun. Yosef punched a code into the panel on the door, and it slid open. As we left the bunker, it closed behind us with a final sounding thud. That's the thing, Skids. They had nukes. Rumberg had nukes. They got sanctioned, and somehow, despite the economic sanctions and us taking one of their major cities and transportation logistics hubs, they still pushed the whole sword. The small electric vehicle Yosef had used to get me here from the palace was still outside. We got in and drove down the dark passageway for several minutes until they reached the secret edge of the Situation Room. We disembarked and cautiously approached the door. Voices could be heard on the other side. Yosef shouldered his machine gun. Wait here, Mr. President. Yosef flung open the door and, in a flurry of gunfire, easily dispatched a small group of soldiers inside. The two of us cautiously crept through the room, then up through the palace's winding halls and staircases. avoiding footsteps when we heard them. Eventually, we reached the main office. Everything was the same as I had left it. I'll go check the perimeter, Mr. President. Be right back. Open the curtains, no. That will let them know that I'm here. Sit in your chair one last time. Pour yourself a glass of Ellery Maroon, 30-year-old, Peter's favorite, for old times. The taste was as exquisite as ever. I looked at the chair in front of my desk and remembered happier times with Peter. I raised my glass and finished it all. Sit in your chair for one last time. I ran my hands over the leather armrests. I'd always felt comfortable sitting here. My mind went back to all the conversations I had in this chair, all the important decisions I'd made. Oh, Skids, the good news is, this is leading directly to a recess. That's gonna happen anyway. I wondered which of them had led me to this miserable end. I still opened the curtains. Anton, that kills people. That's not very tactical, man. Black smoke was rising from the old downtown Holsword. Buildings shook, groaned, and collapsed as bombs went off. Secured the economic recovery for nothing. From afar, I saw the bodies of people, civilians, strewn across the roads and sidewalks. So this is what had become of Holsword. Of Swordland. The door to my office flew open. It was Yosef. His shoulder was bleeding. He stumbled inside, collapsed on the couch, and took a huge slug of my whiskey. It's kind of fitting. My political career began with Yosef, and now it's ending with him. They are here, Mr. President. They are inside the palace. They are coming for you. I heard gunfire and more screams on the floor beneath us. Don't forget about the handgun I gave you. Of course, it's up to you how you want to use it. Mr. President, before I go, Yosef tightened his grip on his handgun. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for failing our country. It feels like just yesterday. We were raising Soldan's banner over Zarsburg. Yes, we were. Again, Yosef, what happened? But when we failed to take Dome, and before we knew it, all of our hard-fought progress was lost. Okay, you know what? We know what happened. We already know this is bad ending. I'll count this as us having seen the bad ending. Stared at the floor, lost of regrets. It's my fault, General. I got us into an unwinnable war. Can't do anything about that now. Just make our last stand. I was interrupted by the sudden loud noise of gunfire in the hall outside. Well, that's my cue. He pointed to his belt. I saw several grenades hanging from it. Yosef, you madman. Out with a bang, right? Yosef turned to me. No matter what, it was an honor to serve you, sir. Likewise, Yosef. Salute him. I saluted him, and he saluted me back. A Morgna Vescor. Victor and Sista. Yosef ran to the door and opened it. I heard the metallic sounds of the pins being removed from the grenades. Greki Swordland. Gunshots rang out, and an ear-splitting explosion followed by silence. So we could assume from here on out, right? Oh, Skids, like I've said, the politics of the game is just the surface of it. This is a story. It's going to be detailed, even your losses. When we failed to pass the democratic reforms the first time through, it let you know. Your son hated you for it. Your wife was torn. Your daughter tries to cheer you up saying, "Daddy, it's okay. We learn at school that sometimes failure's alright if you learn from it," which hits you right in the heart. And then later she gets bullied for it. Okay, alright, so We're all gonna die. Sordin has been taken over. We know exactly where this ending is going, so who feels like seeing how robust the load last checkpoint option is? I've been wondering, right? I've been wondering for the longest time if it only saves the most recent checkpoint, and the only one you could load to is that one, or if they are nested. If they're not nested checkpoints that you can go back to sequentially, then we are locked in. But maybe we aren't. I haven't wondered mechanically what happens if you load last checkpoint after loading last checkpoint. Hey, Crab Boy, just in time for my glorious defeat. Alright, is it nested? Is it nested? Sometime later. No. We're stuck in. It's only ever the one checkpoint then. Last checkpoint means exactly that. So there's no going back. We're committed. Committed to our failure. See, I knew it. I knew that we should have held the line and waited for their economy under sanctions to falter. Now we're stuck here. Now all we can do is watch Sordin fail. I'm really surprised though that Bogoslin, with their modern military and numbers, weren't able to take Dome. What do you make of the situation? We're doomed. What are we going to do? Hands are tied. They only want me. I'm going to the palace. I have a duty to this nation. Yosef loads himself up at the Terminator. Pour a glass of Ellery Maroon. Sit in my chair. Look out the window. See the city bombed. The bodies in the streets. All we can do is make our last stand. Salute him. Vector and Sista. Greki Swordland. I readied my tie. I looked at myself in the mirror before sitting down at my desk. I looked out at the gun that Yosef had given me and shifted it from one hand to the other. The door burst open, and a soldier in Rumburgian uniform stormed in. He turned his rifle on me. Point the gun towards the soldier and get shot. Point the gun towards my own head and get shot. I surrender. Please don't hurt me. I beg of you, please. Dang. I'm going to assume that options 1 and 2 are extremely straightforward. That if I pointed at my own head, I'm committed to shooting myself, and it's not step away, clear the room, I'll shoot myself before you shoot me. Well, either way, I'm dead, so point the gun at the soldier, get shot, and go down in history as a president who brought the economic miracle and internal peace to Sordland, but couldn't protect it from Rumburg. Epilogue. Going down with the ship. (1958) Whole sword. You pointed your gun at the soldier, a young man, no more than Frank's age, unfairly asked to die for his country. 2 more men burst in and started yelling at you, lower your weapon in broken Swordish. You put your gun down. The soldier reeled back, then retrained his gun on you, sneering. You prepared for the end. Another of the men approached you and hit you with the headstock of his rifle. You blacked out. Kumure TV, thank you very much for the follow. If I said that right, I'm sorry. I butcher everything, regardless of what it is. By the time you came to, you were in a Rumburg prison cell. Hours turned into days, and days turned into weeks. Guards and soldiers tormented you from dusk until dawn. Where is the international community during all this? The chemical weapons attack, the death march, the war crimes, and now this. Is Lesbia still calling for peace in the region and staying hands off? Guards and soldiers tormented you from dusk till dawn, scouring your mind and body long after you told them everything you knew about Sordon and your presidency. You asked about your family, but none of your questions were answered. When would it end? One day, you were woken up with a splash of icy water. The warden told you that the queen would pay you a visit. You prepared a makeshift knife and hid it well. Okay, I'm not gonna beg for mercy. I'd be happy to beg for a proper international trial. She entered your cell. Considering her crimes against Sordon and its people, stab her. It's not gonna work well though. She has guards. We're gonna get shot. The prison guards quickly wrenched the knife out of your hands. Queen Beatrice Livingston demanded your immediate execution. You were forcibly brought before an electric chair, and they strapped you to the seat. Which means we don't get the interview with Bernard Circus's daughter this time. The metal cap was put on your head, without wetting the sponge. The queen pulled the lever, and so Anton Rain was no more. Family's alright though. They'll probably be treated with respect and honor in United Contana. An achievement. Hail the Queen. Thanks, game. Succeeded by Beatrice. Alma Mater, again, says LBS in economics, even though we made sure that we chose a Dare School of Culture this time. I think that Alma Mater is just bugged out and always says LBS then. A democratic monenibist. Alright, I think that this was a pretty good run. Only really failed at the Rumberg issue. Considering that we got the maxed out economy, not even Sobek could manage that. With only Rumberg as our as our ally, what? With only Volgolin as our ally? Us in an economic miracle, them with sanctions? Probably shoulda just held the line, couple it with the Volgoslandian troops, wait out the winter until their economy breaks. But at least during my 4 years, 2.2 million found a job, 82% less maternal deaths are recorded, 8,000 died of criminal violence, 779 killed during the clashes between the Red Youth and the Young Sword, objectively less than last time. 156,000 soldiers died during the Rumberg invasion. More than 15,899 people of British descent released from prison, good. Investigations launched on 48 businessmen, very good. 614,471 joined the workforce. 805,000 little girls enrolled in secondary education for the first time. 13,000 businesses founded, and private assets worth 5 billion SR seized by the state. Could there be a relation perhaps between 5 billion seized by the states and all these wonderful economic gifts to the state? Alright, well, we did good this time. We got the reforms passed with barely any, with no compromise really. Gloria accepted it, Richter accepted it, Supreme Court did not have to be bribed. Do enjoy giving money to the justice system, to the Ministry of the Justice, because that worked very well. I'm already plotting what I'm going to do for the third round, because I think I could squeeze out one more round this week. It'll go very fast since we've seen most of the correct decisions to take. So I could probably finish it in 2 days if I rush it. Oh, right. Gotta get the happy screenshot. Because this is progress. I kept the soul list happy. Didn't go after Tolkien's soul. So nobody in Glorious Camp really had reason to oppose me too much. They even let me keep the 8%. Swords love me, Bloods love me, the people love me in general. So it all comes down to Rumberg then. Even Yosef loved me. Alright. Guess I'll just finish, let the credits roll. Grab myself a bathroom break because it's been 4 hours without one. Almost to the minute. So BRB, enjoy the music. Appreciate the hard work of Topor Games and everyone who contributed to it. And I'll be right back. Escape to go back to main menu. Don't mind if I do. But I think instead of starting the 3rd round today, I'm gonna call it here for today. Cause woof, I don't think it'd take my poor heart starting the 3rd round after all this. Getting my democratic reforms, economic miracle, peace and stability, real peace and stability across Swordland. At least I achieved so much in this term. Tomorrow I am going to see if I can do this perfect Swordland again, but with a focus at the end towards keeping Rumberg at bay. I'm going to assume that some statements I made during my speeches, either at the AN or the war declaration, might not have been enough to justify international intervention. Because I was already planning right. I was already planning a way to do this again but more efficiently, without triggering Black Friday or Black Tuesday. Because heck, we got Black Tuesday anyway, and still maxed out the economy. So there has to be a way to do what I want to do without doing that. But I got it percolating. I got those outlines and that red tape, not the red tape, the little, like, the board with the lines going across. Try to see how I could make this work. And I think tomorrow we'll see if those plans bear fruit. For now, thank you so much for hanging. At the very least, we did get a good Swordland that anyone could be proud of. But I'm not seeing anybody else playing Suzerain today. There's Guinea, but that's Guinea's later screen on. I can't raid Guinea because he's just about to go off. Otherwise, I would toss it over to more Suzerain. So I guess in lieu of that, I'll toss you guys on over to Big John, because Big John is really cool people. And we shall have our proper victory. Starting tomorrow, lay down the roots to wrap it up on Friday and finish it strong. Thanks for hanging. See you guys next time. Enjoy the rest of your day. Have fun. Stay safe and healthy. Amor Nova Score.